board meeting will begin in approximately 2 minutes. The board meeting will begin in approximately 1 minute.
So John thinks that we can't do 2 minutes. Parks in 3 minutes. Harold says that I can do whatever. I can even do that. I can do that on a subcommittee.
How many speakers do we have?
I don't know yet. My goal was if it was over like 40 or 50 speakers, we'd go to 2 minutes. Otherwise, leave it at 3 minutes. I was going to judge it on the fly.
I'm fine. I blocked out my whole day, Andy. To me, this is our last chance for them to speak, and I'm fine with the whole last day. You know, if there's any I don't want there to be any reason for them to appeal our decision. So if the cards say 3 minutes, then give them 3
I
minutes.
remember we did the closures. We restricted it to so many from each side, and that was the end of it.
Do we want them to have any reason to say we didn't let them say their piece?
Okay, so you want to go 3 minutes?
I'm fine with 3.
Okay. All right, Kara, they're fine with 3. You fine with 3 minutes?
I'm fine. I'm fine with staying here the whole last day and let them have their 3 minutes.
As long as somebody can hold me up on it.
You can stand, right?
Oh, yeah, I can stand all day.
I mean, you can stand during the meeting if
Sure.
you need to.
Oh, I will. I will.
Because any other thing is going to get them riled up.
Okay. All right, 3 minutes it is. All right. Her arm, he fell on her arm.
Then she should file charges against them.
She should.
Test, test, test. Test, test, test. For audio, test, test. Anyone? Nothing?
Oh, your coat? You cold? You cold? I could have somebody come up and warm you up. Oh, your nose. I thought you said your coat.
Test, test, test. Test.
That's fine.
For audio, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing.
Oh, that door's locked on the way back in, so you're going to have Tam wait for you.
We certainly saw a difference.
This door at the boardroom will be locked. Oh, okay. As long as she can get back in without running all the way around. Okay, let's go.
The board meeting will begin in 30 seconds.
Good morning. The regular school board meeting for July 19, 2016 is now in session. Pam, roll call, please.
Mr. Craig?
Present.
Mrs. Belford?
Present.
Mrs. Henderson?
Here.
Mrs. Nisi?
Here.
And Mr. Ziegler?
Present. Please join me in a moment of silence for a member of our BPS family who recently passed away, Jarrett Blair, a 10th grade student from Astronaut High. Thank you. His family and friends are in our thoughts during this difficult time. Michelle Irwin, Director of Community Relations, will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Irwin. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before we move any further, I'd like to offer my fellow board members the opportunity to give any shout-outs or kudos to staff, students, or community. Any board members have anybody they want to recognize? Not this time? No. Okay, we'll move forward. That brings us to the adoption of the agenda. Dr. Blackburn.
Mr. Ziegler and members of the board, on this morning's agenda, we have administrative staff recommendations, 1 recognition item, 31 consent items, 5 action items, and 11 information items. You also have the yellow supplemental agenda, which are changes made to the agenda since being released to the public. There are revisions to item A5 on administrative staff recommendations, 2 consent revisions to item F11 on advertisement of the 2016-2017 proposed tentative budget, and item F27 on career and technical education instructional materials adoption, a consent deletion of the teacher fund program, revisions to action items G41 on revisions to board policy 3122, G42 on revision to board policy 3362, and G43 on revision to board policy 2260.01. Additionally, there are 2 information additions, items H44 on job description, supervisor, risk, and project management, and H45 on job description, teacher, 21st century, CCLC.
What are the wishes of the board?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Belford, second by Mrs. Henderson. Any discussion? Please vote. Technical difficulties. We'll have a voice vote. All in favor, say aye. 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 Opposed? Passes 5-0. Okay, Dr. Blackburn, let's move on to the administrative staff recommendations, please.
Under item A5, you have 16 administrative staff recommendations to consider.
What are the wishes of the board?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Nisi, second by Mrs. Henderson. Any discussion? Let's see if this were. Please vote. That's still not coming up. Voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Passes 5-0. Dr. Blackburn.
Before we go further, I would like to take this opportunity to recognize the administrative staff members present this morning. Please join me in recognizing Dr. Kimberly Bias on her appointment to the position of principal at Longleaf Elementary School.
Thank you. Thank you very much, school board members, Superintendent Blackburn. It is truly an honor to be selected as principal for Longleaf. I have actually been in Florida and Hawaii only as my two places that I've lived, so Sunshine is right up my alley, in addition to a long line of educators on my mother's side, and my father is retired from the Navy. I have spent the last 34 years in Orange County Public Schools, 9 of them as a student and 25 as an educator. So it is definitely an honor to be here, to be selected as part of the team, to continue to enhance students' lives and following the standard of excellence. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Congratulations to Gregory M. Rubik on his reclassification and transfer from the position of 10-month assistant principal at Palm Bay High School to the position of 12-month assistant principal at South Area Alternative Learning Center.
Thank you, school board members. Thank you, Superintendent Dr. Blackburn. I also got to thank my wife for her love and support, my one-year-old son who ensures that I'm up at an adequate time in the morning, and Mr. Judd Kaminsky. He's made it bittersweet leaving Palm Bay Magnet High School. He's been a fantastic person to work for. Ms. Katakis, Ms. Ransom, for their belief in me in this position. And some other leaders that have helped me along the way, Ms. Weibelt, Nancy Schuler, and Paul Fahey. I appreciate it. I would not be here without you all.
Congratulations to Carol Mella on her reclassification and transfer from the position of principal at Challenger 7 Elementary to the position of coordinator of elementary leading and learning.
Thank you, Dr. Blackburn. Thank you, board, and thank you, Dr. Blackburn and Jane Klein and the selection committee for selecting me to be the coordinator. I look so forward to working with all the great principals in Brevard County as we together increase our capacity to do leadership, instructional leadership within the schools. I'm also very excited to work with the leading and learning team of Marilyn Sylvester and Tara Taylor. I don't see her here. And let's see, we've got Teresa Wright and DJ Cronell, and we're all under the leadership of Jane Klein. And those are great leaders, and I'm thrilled to be working with each one of them. And last, I'd like to thank the community of Challenger 7, the staff, and the parents and students, because I've been there 12 years. That's my home. And I won't say much because I'll start crying because I really am going to miss them. So thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations also to Sandra Marinas on her reclassification and transfer from the position of teacher at Cambridge Elementary to the position of assistant principal at Enterprise Elementary.
Thank you, Dr. Blackburn and board members for appointing me for this position, Jane Klein and the whole entire selection committee. I am looking forward to this opportunity, very excited. I would like to take a moment to thank Dr. Lynn Spadaccini. About 17, almost 18 years ago, she hired me for my first Brevard County Public School position, and as it turned out, that leadership and guidance would survive my entire career and thus continues. Thank you for the gentle nudges along the way and for teaching me to have that growth mindset and an insatiable desire to become a leader. I would like to thank Hyla Mercer. She was the former principal of Cambridge Elementary. Sorry. Ms. Corey Hurst, former assistant principal of Cambridge Elementary, and Dr. Wendy Smith, current principal of Cambridge Elementary. I have spent my last 9 years working for the school. I have gained unlimited, phenomenal leadership opportunities, and it is through those experiences that I am standing here today. I'd like to take a moment to also acknowledge all of the colleagues that I have worked with, especially my Cambridge family, district trainers. I know many of you, and I firmly believe that behind every accomplishment and behind every leader stands a strong team of dedicated professionals, and I owe that to them as well. I would also like to thank Ms. Bartleson and the entire Enterprise community for having trust in me and for believing me to become a new leader and for the opportunity to join their team. I am very excited, and I can't wait to work with all of you. And finally, but not last, my family. I, of course, am thankful for their unconditional love and support all of my entire life, my parents, siblings, everyone. My daughter, Alethea, who is off gallivanting around in Las Vegas. She's enjoying a vacation right now. My son, Elijah Marinas, is here today from college. He attends USF. And my niece, Olivia, are here representing today. So Thank you for the opportunity.
Congratulations to Samantha Allison on her transfer from the position of principal at Tropical Elementary to the principal at Holland Elementary.
Good morning, and thank you, Dr. Blackburn, and thank you to the board. It is my honor and privilege to have served in Brevard Public Schools for almost 20 years now, and I was also a student of Brevard Public Schools, so this is definitely my home. I do want to thank Dr. Reinhardt, who I've worked with over the last several years, if she's here, for all of her support in my tropical community, who I love and have been working with for the last several years. I am looking forward to working now in the Holland community, and I thank Mrs. Klein and the selection committee for that, and I am very excited to join that community and have many years of success and collaboration there. Thank you so much.
Congratulations also to Buster Burt Clark on his reclassification and transfer from the position of 10-month assistant principal at Melbourne High to the position of 12-month assistant principal at Hoover Middle.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the board, Dr. Blackburn, and senior staff for giving me this opportunity to move up. I'd like to thank my family, my wife and children, for all the sacrifices they've made for me to continue to explore and grow as an educator. I'd like to thank Ms. Weibelt for bringing me on her staff at Hoover Middle School, Mr. Kirk for his leadership and helping me grow in my short time at Melbourne High School. And finally, I'm a product of Brevard Public Schools, so it's a very humbling opportunity to be able to be in this position and continue to serve the children, the students, and the community of Brevard County. Thank you.
Congratulations to Holly Zander on her reclassification and transfer from the position of 10-month assistant principal at Hoover Middle to the position of 12-month assistant principal at Palm Bay Magnet High School.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to take a minute to thank all of my previous principals and mentors and friends that are in the district. Ms. Weibelt here at Hoover Middle School, and Mr. Maharis is here as well for those learning opportunities you gave me along the way. I want to thank my families who are here supporting me. My daughter and son and husband are here. My mom would be here, but she's flying back from New York, knowing that she has to watch the children now that my schedule's changed slightly, so that's great to have her around as well. And I would also like to thank Mr. Kaminsky for giving me this opportunity. I very much look forward to it. Thank you.
Last but not least, congratulations to Keith Barton on his reclassification and transfer from the position of 10-month assistant principal at Cocoa Beach Junior Senior High School to the position of 12-month assistant principal at the North Central Alternative Learning Center.
Good morning. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Blackburn and the board for this opportunity. I'd like to thank Lena Weibelt, who, like many of us here today, helped us along the way. I'd like to thank my family, Ms. Katekis, and Ms. Ransom. Thank you for giving me this opportunity and putting your trust in me.
Congratulations to everybody. Dr. Blackburn, we're ready to begin the recognition portion of the meeting.
Item B6 is to recognize the Division of Government and Community Relations for receiving 2 2016 Sunspra Medallion Awards and 1 Best of Show Award for public relations and branding campaigns. To facilitate the recognition is Michelle Irwin, Assistant Superintendent of Government and Community Relations. Mrs. Irwin.
I guess I'll just hold it. Thank you for this opportunity, Dr. Blackburn, school board members. Brevard Public Schools was one of 8 districts throughout the 61 Florida school districts representing Florida schools, public education, to receive first place honors at the annual Sunspra Medallion Awards sponsored by the Sunshine State School Public Relations Association. The awards showcase the best public relations projects from public school districts in the Sunshine State. Districts and schools compete in two major categories: programs and projects, and publications and PR tools, and various subcategories to score first-place honors from an independent judging panel. BPS received 2 first-place medallion awards for its 2 entries, one for its adult education branding campaign, and the other for its after-school programs overall image campaign. Additionally, BPS took home what they call Best in Show, which was top honors for the after-school program's overall image campaign. Over the course of nearly 2 years, the Division of Government and Community Relations has worked closely with adult education and Brevard After School to develop the vision for their brands to increase enrollment. These wins symbolize the value and importance of cross-collaboration between divisions and positive messaging. This time, Mr. Ziegler, if you could come down, and Dr. Blackburn for a photo. The rest of the team's all working out there, so.
Okay, we're now at public comments. Any of the new administrators who need to leave or get to work, you're welcome to do that, or you're welcome to stick around. We'd love to have you. The maximum allotted time for each speaker will be 3 minutes. Due to the number of speakers, I was considering a limitation, but the board would like everybody to have their full opportunity to speak, so correct, I'll get to that. Patience. Clarification of information presented and answers to questions specific to district business and educational matters will be posted on school board's website under a section called For the Record. Please be reminded that profane, abusive, or slanderous speech is not permitted. I'm going to add, interestingly enough, if you look at the policies that are in play, which is why most of you are here, there's a lot of good description of what harassment is and bullying is, and those are probably good definitions of abusive speech. Also, just to let you know that we do have, and as you all know, there's a public hearing on our policies today, and anybody speaking on those topics will be heard at that time during the public hearing for those policies. At this time, we'll have general speaking at the beginning. And we have 7 speakers. I request that you speak into the microphone and state your name, and also where you're from would be appreciated also. We'll start out with Wendy Felton, followed by John Pilley, followed by Vita, I'm always going to mess this up, Vita Panikas. She'll correct me later. Wendy, please. And pardon me, I will be standing frequently through the meeting. I injured my back and sitting is killing me. Oh.
I have to hold it?
There
Okay.
you go.
All right, I'm challenged. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I'm Wendy Felton. I live in Cocoa, Florida right now as of 45 days ago. I am the lady with the keys to college access. I sent everybody an invitation to Cocoa Library this coming Monday the 25th for a luncheon to introduce my book. My book is called the College Access Workbook. It's a comprehensive guide that empowers families, students that are independent to move forward towards college. It's written for kids from 6th grade going all the way into college. My experience is I worked for Clark Atlanta University for 10 years under the TRIO grant, Educational Talent Search, and I loved what I did, empowering low-income, first-generation kids to go to college. I speak on my students are very successful. I had 100% acceptance rate into college because I made them all apply to college, and I found those colleges that fit their particular needs. 93% enrolled, and then I had a graduation rate from post-secondary school of 87%. The book is phenomenal because I was in the trenches listening to every excuse these children had, and I put an answer for it in the book. So there are no excuses. It's a great resource for guidance counselors, standalone guide. What I've done is I've put together a packet that I was going to give out on Monday, just in case you can't make it, that has, I'm giving you a complimentary copy of the book, giving you literature on it. I have an audio CD of the book on iTunes, available on iTunes. You can get ebook. You can get it at Barnes & Noble, and I'd like to give you all a copy. But please, if you plan to come on Monday, which I strongly support because it's just a 1-hour luncheon, I'm feeding you, and you get to get inspired and be around this smiling person, Wendy Felton. You can't miss that, okay, from 12 to 1 on Monday, all right? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. John Pilley.
Good morning, John Pilley, Vieira. I wanted to speak to you today about corridor busing. Several years ago, in the middle of the crisis, that was one of the programs cut from the budget. The crisis is over. Property values have returned to near record levels. We've got a sales tax. It's time to restore corridor busing. It won't affect me. My daughters drive to school now. But what choice is there for a choice school if you can't get your kids to the school? When I grew up, I came from a family of 6 kids. At one point, we had children in elementary, middle school, high school, and college. Had choice schools existed back then, my parents couldn't have done that. It just physically would not have been possible. Fortunately, we had a one-room schoolhouse back when I went. No, I'm not that old, but really, it's something that choice schools, for them to be a choice, you have to have the ability for everyone to have a chance. And it's not just low-income folks who can't do it. As I said, people with large families and many schools just can't handle that. And then, especially in high school, once you start adding extracurriculars, the logistics just won't work. So I beseech you, please look into that. Look into restoring busing for choice schools so that more families have that choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Vita, followed by Vanessa Skipper, and then Dean Padarakis.
Titusville. Many times parents come up here to ask that something be done about the bullying in our schools. While attempts are always made to address specific situations, nothing is ever done to address the culture of bullying that is pervasive in our district. Part of the difficulty in addressing bullying is that people often think that it's just about kids. The reality is that bullying is a top-down issue. When adults bully each other and those in their charge, kids take notice and follow that example. And so, the bullying culture becomes entrenched and continues. So what can we do? How can we stop it? Maybe we can't stop all bullying, but certainly we can mitigate it. We can start by identifying and stopping bullying that is sanctioned by the district. I'm referring to the testing culture, which has been forced upon the schools by politicians who probably don't even know the difference between an adjective and an adverb. If you fail the FSA, you will be retained in any grade. If you fail the FSA, you will lose electives and be forced into remediation. If you fail the FSA, you will not graduate. If you opt out of the FSA, you can't go on to the next grade. These and many other similar statements have been made by Brevard County teachers and staff. What do they all have in common? First, they're nothing more than threats towards our children. Secondly, they are all patently untrue. If the district allows our teachers and administrators to continue threatening our children with falsehoods, the district also becomes guilty of bullying our students. Although the next round of FSAs are 8 months away, these threats start as early as August registration, and they continue throughout the school year. Make no mistake, this is a form of bullying, and it fits all the criteria of the district's definition. But it is a form that we can and should stop. I respectfully request that the board and Dr. Blackburn instruct teachers to stop threatening our children with regard to FSA. Similarly, administrators need to be instructed not to threaten our teachers. While I think it's wrong to evaluate teachers, schools, and districts using singular student test scores based on mysterious preparation and scoring practices, it's just as wrong to threaten our children and force them to carry that burden. Two wrongs have never made a right. Let's stop bullying our children into submission. Thank you.
Thank you. Vanessa Skipper, Dean Patarakis, Richard Charbonneau.
Good morning. Is my timer set?
There you go.
Okay. I am Vanessa Skipper. I am an English teacher at Cocoa High School and the second vice president of the Brevard Federation of Teachers. In the near future, we will be going back to the bargaining table. And when that happens, I'd like to challenge each and every one of our board members and Dr. Blackburn to either attend the sessions or to watch the video after it's posted. I've served on our bargaining team for the past few years, and what I find is a lot of the answers we get are, well, the school board said this, or the school board said that. And so when I hear that as a teacher, I am assuming that John said that, Misty said that, Andy said that, Amy said that, Karen said that, and Dr. Blackburn said that. So I want to ensure that as a teacher, when I go back to my school and I go back to all the teachers in Brevard County, that I can say, this is how the school board and your superintendent feel about you. So in this world, we know that it's very careful, or we need to be very careful about who we allow to speak for us. We saw it in a recent speech that was given. If you didn't write it, you should probably read it before you give it. So I'm asking you all to understand that when teachers go back and we go back and we say this was the language we presented, they said no, that you all know what was presented by each side and what was rejected by each side. I would rather get rid of the he said, she said mystery and really, truly build a collaborative network of the district, the school board, and the teachers. Because if we're all on the same page, that means better conditions for our students. And as we all know, our working conditions are our students' learning conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Dean Patarakis, followed by Richard Charbonneau, and then Darcy Otto.
Good morning. My name is Dean Paterakis. I'm running for the school board. As you all know, when I was here before, I was stopped from speaking about Damian Wilson, a teacher who showed a picture of his erect privates to 15 and 16-year-olds.
Dean,
And
please use appropriate words. We know
And-
that's all not true, so please, for respect for the people in the audience.
And I tried to ask why he's still employed by the Brevard County school system and would like an answer. 2 years ago, during a Florida Today Eastern Florida State College Candidate Forum, I was asked what was the most important issue facing the schools. I said there are many important issues, but the three I focused on was the millions of dollars being misspent, the hiring of known criminals, and the problems with pedophilia in our school system. In the last few months, we have seen once again that I have been vindicated on all my concerns with the recent arrests of the employees of alleged drug dealing and child porn. I am now asking why another BPS teacher, James Wilkins, after the investigation done by BPS, is why this teacher continues to teach in Brevard County and why he is in an elementary school where young children may be at risk. If you want to bring respect back to the teaching profession and to BPS, we need to weed out the bad apples, and especially when our children's safety is a concern. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Charbonneau, followed by Darcy Otto.
Richard Charbonneau, Satellite Beach. Just following up on what Dean said for a second. As an educator, you look at things one way, and as a police officer or an abnormal psychologist, you look at things the other way. I got all of the records of Ricky Shepard and Damian Wilson, and one of the things that I noticed in the record of Ricky Shepard was, it may not be a buzzword to you, but it's a buzzword to me, and it should be a buzzword to the police officers. That previous to the arrest of Ricky Shepard, he was building a special room in his house for a special student, and he was decorating it special for that special student. I mean, that should be a buzz to anybody that really knows anything about, criminal activity. Moving on to another subject. 2 months ago, John Craig did an eloquent representation that we should have a legal department like most other schools do. And he kind of got shot down, and then he shot himself down, which I don't understand that deal. But I'm just wondering why we don't have a legal department. I mean, that's really it's just a thing that's missing. We're a $1 billion corporation here, and we don't have a legal department. And there's a lot of day-to-day stuff that, Harold's not here every single day. And there's a lot of day-to-day stuff, a lot of little contracts and things like that, or big contracts that should be at least reviewed by one attorney, before we sign them. That's not even done. And again, the world and the rest of the community is laughing at us because we don't have that. And we also don't have, I know it's a sour subject to here and across the street, but to have a comptroller or an auditor general. A comptroller or an auditor general would have dropped the hammer on the $8 million computer program that disappeared from the face of the earth. They would have dropped the hammer on that a long time ago. And the same thing across the street, but nobody wants to have an auditor general, a comptroller, because they can't get away with, those things that they've got away with before. So, I'm proposing that we have a legal department, and if I'm elected, one of the things that I'll propose also, and I'm going to keep proposing it until you throw me out of here, is having an auditor general or a comptroller. I mean, everybody else has it, and the reason why we don't have it is beyond me. I think that's enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Darcy Otto.
Good morning. My name is Darcy Addo, and I'm from Palm Bay. and I'll be brief. I just wanted to, again, talk to you about the consent item F28 that I've been talking about for about 2 years, and I spoke to you last board meeting when it was up for information. This is about policy item 9700.01. And I am asking you to vote no on this today, and I've spoken to many of you about this over the past couple of years. The policy, for those of you who have not read it, starts by saying, special interest groups seeking to advance their organization, public or private, not-for-profit, by entering the classroom to recruit students to join their organization. My concern with this policy is that special interest groups coming into our classrooms with the objective, as stated in our policy, to advance their organization is bad policy. It is not the objective of our classrooms to use public school time to advance a special interest group. It does not matter what the special interest group is. That is not the purpose of instructional time. So although there is a detailed procedure that follows this policy, which we can argue whether or not that procedure is being followed, and I've told you many times before, 2 years in a row, it was not followed for my children, and I don't believe that that's an anomaly. That is not the point. The point is that the policy, I contend, is a bad policy, because if we talk about what is the purpose of classroom time, it is not to recruit a captive audience of young children for a special interest group, regardless of what the special interest group is. Thank you.
Thank you. The board wishes to thank this evening's speakers. Your willingness to speak to the board is appreciated. That moves us to the consent agenda. Dr. Blackburn.
Mr. Ziegler and members of the board, there are 31 agenda items under this category, 11 with prior information.
Does any board member wish to pull any items? Ms. Henderson?
F31.
Anybody else?
F28, 29.
Anyone else? No? Okay, we'll entertain a motion to accept the consent items with the exceptions of F31, F28, and F29.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Belford, second by Mrs. Nisi. Any discussion? Let's try and vote online. Nope. Mine's not working. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Let's start in order. So we'll start with F28. Mr. Craig.
So both of those together because they're related, and the previous speaker does make a good point. This has nothing to do with the actual individual organizations here, but I do think that this policy needs to be reviewed in much the same manner that we're reviewing other policies. We need to be very certain that we are legally protected and that we have legal backing to have a policy that is as broad and is not as specific as maybe it should be or maybe it shouldn't be. So while I'm not going to, because I don't think at this point it is fair based on other organizations that have come before this board using that policy to say no, what I am asking is that, Mr. Chair, is that you place this policy on a review in the immediate future so that we can get some legal clarification on exactly where we stand and what our policy providers suggest, utilizing legal background, and legal recourse, and then let's move forward on figuring out where we sit. And maybe we are in the right place, but it does seem a bit broad for what we probably need to do. Certainly the lack of instruction time is a huge deal in the classroom, and we need to make sure that that we take a look at how much time is actually being spent. It's great to throw the word out that, we're going to lose instruction time. Let's figure out exactly how much instruction time we're losing based on the policy that we have in place right now, and figure out if that, no kidding, that instruction time is time well spent because of the organizations we're letting in, or maybe it should be in a better place. And I would like to make sure that obviously teachers and administrators have a voice in that as well.
Thank you. Any other board member? Ms. Henderson?
I agree with what you said.
And as do I. And clarification policies are supposed to be reviewed on a regular basis by law, which I'm not sure we've done since this policy was put in 2009, I believe, is when we voted that policy in. It's been a while. And also for clarification to board members, our job is policy. And so as far as I'm concerned, while I appreciate the respect of asking the chair to place something on for review, I believe each of you have the authority to request staff to review policy that's of concern to you. So Dr. Blackburn, if you will put that policy on for review, I'd appreciate it.
Consider it reviewed.
Okay. Mr. Craig, would you like to make a motion for F28?
Move to approve F28.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Craig, second by Mrs. Belford. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Mr. Craig, F29.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Craig, second by Mrs. Belford. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Okay. Mrs. Henderson, F31.
Thank you. This is about putting a cover over the play area, a pavilion at Endeavor. And a couple of issues with it. It came for information without consent. That's a problem, especially when we're spending a large amount of money, $141,000. If we take a look at our last board workshop where we talked about how much money we had left over from the state to spend on things, we had $1.4 million. Of course, we don't have our fund balance yet, and I understand all that. And so there could be more money dropping to the bottom line. Where's our big ticket items looked at first, such as employee compensation and some other things that we need to be looking at as a district as a whole? So I'm a little I am concerned about that. In addition, I had asked that we have conversation on this and asked that we not stop the payments of, but delay the payments of the schools who have outstanding loans from the district until we had discussion on that, and that was not done. He did not stop it until we had discussion on this. So, in addition, we, as a district, based on trying financial times in the past, one of the things that was done was that we as a district took the school-age child care extra funds from each of the schools who had extra funds, and we take them back into the district and pay out to the schools who need them. So I guess my concern is that there doesn't seem to be any consistency on how we're doing this. We have schools that just had their own fundraisers for playgrounds. And I understand that this is, a timely thing, it has to be done in a certain amount of time in order to get the money from the city that was going to donate it. I understand all that. But we have to understand that we really don't have any consistency on how we're going to apply it. I don't have any procedures or anything that was given with this that says how we're going to do things in the future. So based on this information, I'm having trouble supporting this at this time. I think it's a great project. I think it needs to be done. But I think there needs to be more discussion on how we're going to do this and which schools are we going to pick and choose as the winners to get district money for certain things. And, we have schools that have school-age childcare that have extra, $70,000, $100,000 that they could apply back to their schools, which they did in the past. And now we take that all into the district and we pay something else with it or apply it to schools. We are also paying out of that money from other schools. We are paying for their school-age child care that they don't raise enough money to actually pay for the employees. So for me, this is something that needs a huge discussion, and we need to have more talk about how we're going to apply this consistently across the board, and how can we afford this when, we have other issues that we want to take care of, which is our employee compensation and insurance and whatever. So that's my statement.
Any other board member?
Well, I'd like to hear what Dr. Blackburn, I don't think Mr. Theodore's here, is he? Or is he here?
He's not here,
Right.
but he has more than adequate representation in the room as well. But I can speak to it a little bit, and then I know Sue will reiterate and or correct my comments. A couple of points I'd like to make. First is several of the areas, and I know we know this, but just for clarification to the public, several of the areas that are yet to be funded or in question, as you mentioned, Mrs. Henderson, those are operational dollars, and we are talking about a capital expenditure here. Kind of big picture when it comes to some of our capital expenditures, and when it comes to strategically reaching out to our municipalities and trying to prioritize what some of the interests are of our municipalities. Also, further prioritizing initiatives when municipalities come forward with dollars they've raised towards the effort. So in those two categories, trying to work towards partnering with our municipalities if it's of high interest and they're also putting money on the table. A similar sort of consistency or precedence, if you will. Months ago, we brought forward the city of Rockledge that prioritized SROs in their schools and went out and received and sourced their own resources to contribute to the effort. So for those two areas, it really encouraged the school district. I know it encouraged me to bring the recommendation forward to the board, and that was supported. Going forward, equity is absolutely a priority. So Mr. Theodore and Sue and their staff will be bringing forward capital plans to demonstrate equity. As the board knows, I think weeks ago we had another opportunity. I don't want to misspeak the middle school, but we had an opportunity, AC, air conditioning in the gyms of middle schools without them was deemed to be a priority during my listening and learning. An opportunity presented itself to be able to put AC in at least one of those schools for half of what the future cost would be. So we took advantage of that opportunity real time in anticipation of an overall capital plan coming forward to the board. So I would say the middle school air condition, the SRO partnership with Rockledge, and this particular initiative all kind of fit in the same category, and that's why I'm recommending it.
One of the things about it is I did ask if, the size of this is pretty large, and there is a way to at least bring the costs down. Can you talk to that?
Yes, ma'am, we could remove the electric service from the contract and do that at a later time, and I believe that's about $15,000 and change. So we could do that. Anything that would reduce the size of the structure would require redesign, rebid, and would probably miss this opportunity if we did a major redesign, but there are some ancillary facilities associated with the pavilion that we could potentially reduce.
Can you explain why it's coming for information without consent, so that
Yes.
we did not have more discussion on this prior to having to make a vote?
Yes, ma'am, the opportunity is in front of us with the city of Cocoa and the funds that the school has raised, and so there was a timeliness issue and wanted to make sure that it was provided to you as soon as possible.
So just to clarify, how much is the city of Cocoa putting in?
$40,000,
And how much did they raise?
$36,000.
And so how much are we going to pay?
We're in about the $140,000 range.
Go ahead, Mrs. Nisi.
Do they not have a covered pavilion now?
They do not.
And I see in the description that steel's going up July 1st, so chances are we're going to have a change order come back before us?
We may. We have not gotten a definitive response from the contractor on that issue yet.
What kind of increase are you looking for steel?
They haven't indicated that. I would anticipate something probably under 10% for the steel, but we have not gotten a definitive indication from them yet.
You all set? Anybody else? Mr. Craig?
I'm sort of familiar with it, and I think, and Ms. Nisi brought it up, you know, they do not have a pavilion. I think they're one of 2 schools that do not, and I believe Lewis Carroll is the other one, from what I understand, from a hardened pavilion that they would use for PE and that type of thing when the inclement weather. Is this the same size as the ones at the other schools? I mean, I'm familiar with the one at Gardendale, the one at Tropical, you know, and they were all built to a specific size. Some of them were built in partnership with the Brevard Recreation Department. Is this the same size with the same footprint?
Mr. Craig, I can't state that exactly, but I believe when we were working with the school on the design that they were looking at other facilities, so the intent was for it to meet that criteria, but I don't know the sizes of all the pavilions that are out there, but I think generally speaking that's correct.
Because when this first started and the school was raising money, and this was before the city of Cocoa actually got involved, there was a much different price point for this pavilion. And significantly different. And it was based on the ones that were built in the other, at other schools. Do you have any comment on that?
Yes, sir. My opinion of that is that the marketplace tightened up quite a bit from when we first started talking about that. We only received 2 bids. The other bidder was substantially higher than this bid. All reputable contractors under our continuing services general contractors contracts, but folks are busy out there, and so it's difficult to get very good bids right now, especially for, this would be considered a relatively small project. It's got a lot of components to it with foundation and the major structural steel and all of that, so there's lots of little pieces. It's really not a very desirable job from a contracting point of view.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
How many schools, do you know how many schools do not have
I do not.
pavilions? Because I think
do-
there is more.
I do not know.
I mean,
When I say pavilion, some sort of covered outside area, and you can, from when, and again, my memory, you know, I am over 50. So when I originally started discussing this, there was, I remember somewhere in the discussion that there were only 2 schools that did not have some sort of opportunity for outside time or outside PE or outside covered activity, and those 2 were the ones that I mentioned. That may, you know, I may be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that that was what was brought to me. I did not go and verify that independently, though.
Yeah, I've visited probably about 20 schools or so since I've been here, maybe 25. This is the only one I've seen without one, but I don't know the answer to that, Mrs. Henderson.
If I may jump in, first, Mrs. Henderson is correct. We need to probably workshop this concept and set some guidelines as to how we're going to partner with the community needs in the future. I do commend Dr. Blackburn for looking at what is important to our community and stepping up. I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank the City of Cocoa and any other communities that are supporting our schools in such a massive way. I do support this. But I do agree with Ms. Henderson that this is something we need to set some guidelines on what projects, what ratios of funds based on what our partners are contributing.
Because this does open up, you
Sure.
know, to the equity issue. And in addition to that, I really want to get back to the school-aged, while we're talking about that, the school-aged child care funds to go back to the schools that they're being generated in. That is only equitable as well. So, I mean, I think that there's some big discussion on this, and of course, we still have the funds, the loan
For the loans.
issues, and all that sort of stuff. It needs to be wrapped up into one big workshop, and we really need to figure out how we're going to go forward with that. And
agree.
If we're going to have a workshop in short order on that, I will support this, and if not, I'm not going to support it.
Well, I do think we need to have a workshop on that. I can't give you a time frame right now, but before November is what you're eager for. I get it. That should work.
Well, I will agree. We, you know, and I don't know if, I know that Mr. Theodore has a, you know, kind of a straw man, school-initiated project, criteria, selection, and/or application process that he is generating. He shared parts of it with me. I don't want to try and, you know, try and paraphrase what it is, but I do know that this is on the forefront of his radar, that school-initiated projects are, and that include community involvement, are going to be a huge part of what we do going forward. Simply because we do not have the ability to do this, and this is a perfect example. I mean, this school has been raising this money for, I think, going on 5 years now, and you know, they have been asking for this. They finally were able to get the city to help them as well, and so I think it's a great example of how we can work together. And again, you know, Mr. Chair, the accolades to the City of Cocoa is spot on, because they're the ones who came to us and said, hey, how can we help? And we said, we need money. And they said, okay, well, we'll try and figure out where we can get that from. So when we do have this discussion, I realize that that is already in, the wheels are already in progress, but you know, I'd ask Dr. Blackburn if you could kind of push that to the forefront again. Again, I know Mr. Theodore has that kind of in his mind and has started to sketch it out, but we need to probably have, going into this year, a plan for how schools are going to apply for school-initiated projects and a very detailed public criteria of how those projects will be selected.
Mr. Theodore absolutely has that drafted out. The opportunity just preceded, you know, the chance to discuss it, and so we will bring, if I understand it accurately, a capital overview and plans along with our operational dollars and some of the nuances that were mentioned here today in one big picture conversation in short order.
And my only other concern is, are we setting precedents here with 66% funded by the district? So, I mean,
Dr. Blackburn.
I actually hope we are setting precedents in communities coming forward, partnering with our school system, and raising some of their own resources to supplement the effort. Now, equity is a great word to use. This particular school sits in, and I know most of us already know this, but sits in one of our most disenfranchised communities with some of our most at-risk students being led well and being taught phenomenally. So to think that if another situation presents itself just like this, where we have disenfranchised communities, at-risk youth, great teachers, great leaders, community participation support, and their own resources, absolutely, I think we'd be in the exact same position to put our effort behind their effort.
I agree with you, Dr. Blackburn. The concern is that we are currently taking, I understand the disenfranchised schools, but we are taking hundreds, well, actually, it's like $2.3 million out of the rest of our schools. That if school not so disenfranchised had $100,000 out of their school-age childcare taken away, but wanted a project like this, are we going to fund them at less, even though we took that money away from them? I mean, there's a lot to consider here as we go forward.
Mrs. Belford.
Ms. Henderson, you bring a good point, and part of the discussion that I had with Mr. Theodore when he called to discuss this with me individually, as he did with all of the board members, since there wasn't an opportunity to discuss it at a meeting because of the timeline. And I say that for the benefit of the public, so they can understand that when things don't have an opportunity to come to us for public discussion, we typically get a briefing from staff prior to the meeting to have an opportunity to ask questions. So part of the conversation that I had with him at that point was one of the things that I would like to ensure going forward is that we do have a plan for how we address this going forward. And, one of the interesting things is when we look at schools that are Title I schools, for example, high minority, high poverty rates, those sorts of things, they have a lot more difficulty raising funds because the families that attend those schools can't contribute as much. The community oftentimes doesn't have as much to contribute. So I do think that there needs to be a factor in our plan going forward to take into consideration the ability of the school to raise the funds, or raise some funds, the portion of funds that they may be able to raise, and the amount of money that the district could contribute as well. I think that has to be a factor in the plan going forward. But I would also be interested in seeing the breakdown on the generation of those aftercare funds. I still think that there probably is an opportunity for equalization in that funding to some extent, but it certainly is something that we should consider in looking at the overall plan. If schools are generating a ton of money through childcare and we have another school that's not generating anything, I think it can all factor in, kind of like we did with athletic equalization funding previously. I think there are lots of ways that we can look at that, but I think that definitely needs to be a part of the conversation, is looking at all of those factors and ensuring that however we move forward, we are doing it equitably, and considering the ability of the schools to support, the ability of the communities to support, and the ability of the district to support those efforts within reason.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Henderson, second by Mrs. Belford. Voice vote, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Okay, that brings us to the action agenda. And I don't know about my fellow board members, but I could use a quick recess myself, so we'll take a 10-minute recess.
I was like the only one that worked, which usually I'm not.
Everybody has to walk back here when we come there.
Welcome back. We're in the action agenda portion of our meeting. Dr. Blackburn?
There are 5 items for your consideration. First is item G39, which is purchasing solicitations.
What are the wishes of the board?
To approve?
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Nisi, second by Mrs. Belford. Any conversation? Discussion? Hearing none. Voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Dr. Blackburn?
Next is item G40, which is department school initiated agreements.
What are the wishes of the board?
To approve?
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Nisi, second by Mrs. Belford. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's have a voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Dr. Blackburn?
Item G41 is to hold a public hearing and approve the recommended revisions to policy 3122.
Right. Okay, we're going to, since the 3 items are all of the same topic and related, we're going to open up the hearing for all these items. Everybody will get to speak. We will be allowing 3 minutes per speaker. We do have a list of 56 speakers. After that is a public hearing. We'll open it up to anybody else who wants to stand up and speak who might not have gotten a chance to sign up. As with our public comments, please be reminded that profane, abusive, or slanderous speech is not permitted. And let's please be respectful to everybody involved in this conversation. We will start with Bob Llewellyn, followed by Carl Dulock, and then Denise Gore. Mr. Llewellyn.
Good morning. Being protected from bullying and harassment is good, and I believe that everyone should be protected. But if there is an anti-discrimination policy, will you be able to say no to anything else this group asks for? Or will you be discriminating against them? So if they want changes to curriculum, which Karen Henderson pointed out at our February 23rd meeting, or if they want locker room changes or other policy changes, will you have to say yes? And if you can't say no after this meeting, or if you don't know at this point whether or not it'll be harder for you or impossible, then that's a very good reason to keep everyone safe under the current policies and not agree to something that you may not be able to stop later. If you cannot stop it, then all of society will be subjected to one group's way of life. We fought this in Palm Bay in January and February, and Equality Florida now has, or as of January, had 57% of the state covered under one of its ordinances, or policies. At the April 26th board meeting, we heard legal counsel, outside legal counsel, advising us that they do not have, that meaning you, they do not have to change anything. But these draft policies, like this one here, say these new favoritisms are required by state and/or federal law. That is not the truth. Either one or the other. But what we heard on April 26 is you are not mandated. It is not that they don't want you to change, but they are not. We were told there is no state or federal law that requires a change, President Obama notwithstanding. So I really have to ask the question of the board, how is it that we have in print these words, which are classes protected by state and/or federal law? That is patently false, or legal counsel on April 26th is false. I don't know which, and I would sure love to know.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Carl Dulock, followed by Denise Gore.
Good morning. My name is Carl Dulac. I'm from Rockledge, and thank you for allowing me to speak. In 1846, Frederick Douglass described slavery this way: "This is American slavery. No marriage, no education, the light of the gospel shut out from the bondman." One reason for his point about no marriage comes from how the master or his son could lust after and then rape any African-American woman at will. In other words, American slavery exploited women. Unfortunately, today's discussion on updating equal opportunity and/or non-discrimination policies would allow a boy to blatantly lie in order to go into the girls' locker room to lust after them, which is precisely what the slaveholders did. No girl should worry about, or worse, feel, the probing eyes of a lusting boy in her locker room. Therefore, passing the changes under discussion would be in violation of the 13th Amendment. Also, a girl might lie in order to go in the boys' locker room to flaunt her body and gain popularity from them. Next, Congressman Bingham wrote the three main clauses of Section 1 of the 14th Amendment, so his intentions are worthy of consideration. In fact, two of them directly relate to today's issue. First, in 1871, while supporting legislation to protect African Americans, he stated, "Liberty secured by law is not license." Second, in this same speech, Bingham wanted to prevent another slaveholder injustice, the imprisonment of men, and check this out, quote, "for teaching the Indian to read the lessons of the New Testament, to know that new evangel of pure in heart shall see God," close quotes. His point about purity is an internal quote that comes from Matthew 5:8. The application of his points is very simple: to allow our children to exercise their religious right to be pure in heart. Therefore, the suggested policy changes are in opposition to both the First and the 14th Amendments, plural. These historical points give a clear choice: abide by them or violate your oath of office. Now, a few more points need noted. For decades, the emperors of Rome asked the Christians to only sprinkle a little incense on his altar. They considered this an unacceptable option because it was false worship. So for decades, the Christians refused and died for the truth. You ask another unacceptable option because it violates Christ's command of purity for our children. Therefore, I request this board to leave its policies unchanged, to abide by the history of the 13th and 14th Amendments, to ensure our children's right of purity from the First Amendment, and to use these historical facts to sue the federal government for how its policy changes violate the Constitution. Thank you for your time and consideration. I have copies for the board with sources for these points.
Thank you. Denise Gore, followed by Cindy Flagg. Go ahead.
Good morning, Dr. Blackburn and fellow board members. My name is Denise Salagore, and I am representing the Brevard National Organization of Women, as well as many of our moms, dads, and grandparents. Also, I am a retired school administrator and educator. NOW's purpose, vision, and labor of love is to continually fight for equality and fairness to all human beings, no matter of race, creed, color, gender, or gender identity. We are a group that chooses to value everyone's life and family, no matter its makeup. We continue to take the vision of the arc of lightness of love, compassion, rather than the depths of fear, darkness, and hate. Let us turn a small light in a dark room when we choose to love, learn our differences, and embrace each other. We create an open door for a loving and caring society. Let's all walk this path hand in hand to seek and be the role models to our children that we should be. All children, especially the vulnerable like our LGBT students, deserve to be in a safe, free zone from bullying. No child goes to school to be judged, bullied, and called abominations, sinners, and other hateful rhetoric. We are better than this as human beings in American public schools. As citizens, we must embark providing a safety net so that another Orlando doesn't happen here. No, it's not a slippery slope, as one board member claimed. It's about freedoms, justice, and equality, nothing more, nothing less. Our schools are not run by one's beliefs or a belief system because they are state and federal laws that all schools must follow in order to comply with Title IX policy. Not to comply, and God forbid, have something happen with one of our LGBT students for failure not to add the words, our schools are open season for lawsuits, which is not a slippery slope, it is a given. The NOW organization now hands the torch onto you board members to protect, care, love, show compassion by adding an anti-discrimination policy to covering bullying for LGBT students. Thank you for your time. I just know in my heart that you'll all make the right decision to stand by all our precious gems, our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy Sweet, followed by Betsy Delgado, and then Kenneth Delgado. Go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you for letting me speak to you this morning. My name is Cindy Sweet. I am a resident of Indialantic. I am a member of the United Methodist Church and attend weekly. I also attend a Bible study weekly. Religion plays an important role in people's lives. Thousands of churches, in fact, most churches, still have Bible study weekly. They still have Bible study because there's no specific correct interpretation to understand God's Word. The public school system should not consider religion in its rules and decisions by the administration of a public school system. There are too many interpretations to consider. Also, other religions such as Jewish, Hindu, or atheist do not appreciate teachers or students trying to guide their children with any one interpretation of one religion. Adding the 4 words sexual orientation and gender identity to the non-discrimination policy does not have any effect on any students except the LGBT students. It gives them an affirmation that they are safe in our schools. Saying no to this addition is pushing people away from God, which in my interpretation is a huge sin. Judging and condemning other humans is not ours to make. I also believe that God does not want fear and worry to guide us, which is a sin and is the only reason some people are here this morning. They don't understand the LGBT, so they throw their rocks of hatred. Please don't throw stones at these students and employees. Vote yes this morning for equality for all Brevard County students and employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Betsy Delgado, followed by Kenneth Delgado and Philip Stasic.
Good morning. My name is Betsy Delgado. You have heard a lot about my husband. He's been here a few times. And I am a U.S. citizen. I am a resident of Palm Bay for the past 35 years. I've been here in this country for about 42 years. I represent, as well as everybody here is representing other people, I represent grandmothers and great-grandmothers, because one day I'll be one of them. I represent sisters, and I represent this school system. A wise man sees trouble ahead and he prepares for it. And this is what's happening. Each one of you, and I could name each one by name this morning, but each one of you knows that the decision here goes a lot deeper than bullying, than protecting. When you make the decision if you pass this thing, it will open the door for other things to come. There's always an agenda behind it. You just don't make one step without opening a door for other things. Now, we've had already someone here who talked about something that has been happening in the school, in the classrooms. And by the way, I don't have children in the public school. I have grandchildren, and they're all homeschooled. So why am I here? I'm here because I love the school system, and I want to preserve the school system and do it right. Now, one of the things that's going to change, and you all know this, and many people here know, is that the curriculum will be changing. And it will be changing to condition the minds of the young children, tender ages. Abraham Lincoln once said, "Teach the children, and you will not have to teach the adults." We all know that this issue goes a lot deeper, as I said, because it has been reported and documented that schools have already been dealing rightly with some of the bullying and the instances that they have had in the school system. As one of the speakers has already mentioned, there are things that are taking place in the school. These things are not right. You know that they're not right. You know in your heart they're not right. And yet, you have chosen to give a deaf ear to the majority of the Brevard citizens. A lot of people, a lot of people are against this change, but yet you turn your head against them and you give a deaf ear. Now, I just want to remind you that when you were elected for the people, not just for a group of people, not just for a small amount of people, but you were elected for the people. And so we, the people, stand here and we say, please, and we pray for you, please, when you are making that decision, don't look at one group. Look at the whole. Look at what's going to happen afterwards. How is this going to really alter the school system and our children? God bless you.
Ken Delgado, followed by Philip Stasek.
I married a firecracker.
No doubt.
My statement here as Ken Delgado is a statement in the form of a prayer. My father, Dad, as always, because we are all flawed through no fault of your own, we seem to have a mess again, and we need your help. Everyone here agrees that bullying is wrong, and I'm sure you agree with that too, because there is no love in bullying. Homophobia is wrong too. You never told us to hate people, you told us to love people. I pray for those with homophobic attitudes. Help them love, even as I ask life for them where they have missed the mark. Then there are those who respond with Christophobic attitudes. They need love and life too. I ask for them also. For that matter, I might as well throw myself in the same lot by asking for an increase of love and life for my heart too. Father, there are good-hearted people on the school board who love children and want to stop bullying. Yet there are those who have an ideology that are manipulating the board's good hearts to promote a lifestyle that 95% of all people don't subscribe to. You are especially careful about children because they are innocent and impressionable. They have hearts like little wet bricks that are so easily written on. And that is ultimately what some people want to do. They want to write their ideology on tender, wet little brick hearts so that they can harden it to their ideology through time. Please move on just one of the hearts of the school board. Help them see the difference between bullying and a promotion of an ideology. If one heart is open enough, I know they will hear your voice. You are against bullying, and all are against bullying. And the current policies deal with the bullying. You are also against writing an ideology on tender little wet bricks of children's hearts, too. We know you love everyone because Jesus died on the cross for everyone. Please move on one more heart, and in obedience to you, I pray in the name of your Son, Jesus. And Father, I add an addendum. Please touch and heal Andy Ziegler's back and relieve him of the pain and restore his vertebrae. I pray in Jesus' name with all my heart. I have with me also 740 signatures saying no to bullying and no to change what is already addressing the situation. 740.
Thank you. Philip Stasek, followed by Lexi Wright and Hannah Willard. Go ahead, Mr. Stasek.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much for letting me speak to you. Thank you for listening to me. I'm Phil Stasek, North Merritt Island, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Space Coast Progressive Alliance. Again, we have been with you every step of the way. We've been here through the meetings, we've listened to the arguments, we've been to the workshop, and we know that you care. We are asking you to please support those 4 little words. There are 5 of you, and I ask you all, each of you, please support those 4 little words. Sexual orientation and gender identity. It's not complicated. It's a simple vote. It really is. And certainly we all understand the issues. When I was born, about halfway through the last century, discrimination was institutionalized. It was. A black man could not drink from the same water fountain as a white man. It would be very unlikely to see a school board with women and people of Jewish descent. And of course, people were outraged at the coming of a Catholic President of the United States. We've come a long way. We have come a long way. Back then, LGBT people were routinely harassed, beaten, and sometimes killed. Today, in the second decade of the 21st century, we've come a long way. And we certainly have understood the power and the strength of diversity. And I ask you to stop for a moment and look at this board. Strength from diversity, a lesson that we understand clearly. But today, LGBT people are harassed, they are beaten, and they are sometimes killed. The students that you are here to protect are looking to you for leadership. They need you, all 5 of you, to vote yes on those 4 little words. If you vote no, then you will be applauded by the Klansmen. If you vote no, you will be hailed by the neo-Nazis. If you vote no, you will be supported by the skinheads. Now, I know that you have good hearts.
Please keep it down.
I know that you have strong minds. I know that you have thought long and hard about this. I ask you, I beg you, all 5 of you, please vote yes on those 4 little words. Thank you so much for listening to me, and thank you for letting me participate through this entire process.
Thank you. Lexi Wright, followed by Hannah Willard and John Pilley. Go ahead, Lexi.
Thank you. As you know, my name is Lexi Wright. I appear before you today as a resident and business owner in Brevard County, the spouse of a school board employee, and the mother of 2 children who have graduated from Palm Bay High. I'm here to support the change to add sexual orientation and gender identity to the board's policy. I support the change because in my role as an LGBTQ advocate, I come across so many youth who have been and continue to be treated as less than and bullied simply because they are LGBTQ. This has been a long journey, right? I'm sure you can agree with that. I wanted to take my time to thank each and every one of you for taking this journey with us. The time invested has been immense. So I'd like to recognize each of you. Dr. Blackburn, thank you for recognizing our issue for what it is, a burning building. Andy Ziegler, thank you for refusing to continue to kick the can down the road. Misty Belford, thank you for your steadfast support and encouragement and all of the eloquent statements you have shared in the many discussions that I would only bungle if I tried to repeat. And Amy Nisi, thank you for your willingness to be open and learn more in an effort to make sure that all students are served with excellence. Thank you to every one of you for the countless hours that you have spent listening to everyone and for your patience with the passionate beliefs on both sides. I expect a victory today, and I look forward to celebrating that victory. Your yes vote does not change curriculum or any of your procedures. In fact, you retain full control over all of those things. Here is what your yes vote accomplishes. In my imagining, I see a child who currently attends a Brevard County school who hears about this on the news and then sees it in the student handbook, who realizes that they can no longer victimize another student because they are LGBTQ. I see other children hearing about this and opening their student handbook on the first day of school or whenever the words are added to the handbook, to see those words that mean that they are safe and protected and able to fully participate in their education. Please vote yes to add the words to allow these children to see that they are included and protected. Thank you.
Thank you. Hannah Willard, followed by John Pilley.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Hannah Willard. I'm the Policy and Outreach Coordinator with Equality Florida. We're the largest statewide organization advocating on behalf of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender Floridians. I've had the pleasure of speaking with many of you about this incredibly important non-discrimination policy before you today, and I urge you to support its passage. I stand strongly in support of equality and protections for all Floridians, including those who are gay and transgender. Every single one of us deserves to be protected and respected in our jobs, our schools, and our communities. And I'm so thankful that you all have taken up this important policy today. You'll get to hear the personal stories of gay and transgender students and faculty in Brevard County today. And those stories are immensely important to demonstrate the urgency of this policy change. But I ask you to remember that there will be countless stories you won't hear today. Gay and transgender youth are at a disproportionate risk for bullying, harassment, and unfair treatment in schools. Brevard County faculty fear their jobs would be at risk if they came out in support of this policy, whether they're allies or members of the LGBT community themselves. So many gay and transgender people are terrified of sharing their stories publicly, and it's for those people whom I speak on behalf of today. I'm speaking on behalf of a same-sex couple who are both public high school teachers and rely on Brevard County to provide for their family. Every day, they're at risk of losing their jobs simply because of who they love. I'm speaking on behalf of a young bisexual girl whose only safe space is at school among her friends and in her school clubs. Home is a hostile place for her, and she depends on the support and acceptance of her classmates. I'm speaking on behalf of a transgender high school student who, upon coming out, came out as trans to his parents and peers, and he was supported and accepted. And it was not until the faculty at his school began taunting him and refused to use his preferred name that his classmates began taunting him as well. We know the two most important factors for a young person's well-being and success are acceptance at home and acceptance in school, and we cannot make sure that every home is a safe place for LGBTQ youth. But we can make sure that every single school is a safe place for every single student, including those who are gay and transgender. Passing this policy sends a strong message that every single student will be valued and celebrated and affirmed for exactly who they are, and at a moment when the LGBTQ community is under attack, at a moment when the hateful rhetoric and the violence is reaching a fever pitch, that message of support means more than ever. This violence is not theoretical. It's the daily reality of LGBTQ people here in Brevard County and across our state. Support from you has the potential to build our economy, enrich our families, and save the lives of vulnerable students. I urge you to vote yes on this anti-discrimination policy. Our families and our futures depend on it. Thank you.
John Pilley, followed by Ryan Linderman, and then Jean David Parlier. Go ahead, John.
Good afternoon. I'm John Pilley from Vieira. I'm a native Floridan, went to Catholic school from kindergarten through college, was taught by Jesuits in high school and college, studied under a professor who was involved in archaeological digs in Israel in the 60s, translated ancient text into modern-day language. I'm a past Grand Knight in the Knights of Columbus of a Star Council. Been married 26 years. Have 2 teenage daughters in Brevard schools. I've been paying property taxes in one county or another in Florida since 1988. I do not appreciate other Christians speaking for all Christians. They do not speak for me when they say vote no. I was taught to value diversity and to respect individuals. 52 years ago, the 1964 Civil Rights Act was passed. It took courage. They had to overcome the longest filibuster in history. But the decency and courage of Senator Humphrey, soon to become Vice President, and Senator Dirksen to break that filibuster and get that law passed changed our society for the better. We are a better country because of that law. So I asked the board members, how do you want to be remembered in 50 years? Do you want to be remembered as a hero like Hubert Humphrey or Everett Dirksen? Or do you want to be remembered as the evil villains like Strom Thurmond and Richard Russell, who did everything possible to deny simple civil rights to people back then? You know, Martin Luther King said, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. You have a chance today to help bend it towards justice. He also said back in the 64 civil rights debate, he understood the law cannot change the heart, but it can restrain the heartless. Vote today to restrain the heartless. Thank you.
Ryan Lindeman, followed by Jean David Parlier. Go ahead, Ryan.
I am Ryan Lindeman of Palm Bay, resident of Brevard County. I am a straight, white Christian man who grew up in an upper middle class family, and I am here in support of the anti-harassment policy. I will admit that I was not supportive of the LGBTQ community at first. After all, I was told Christianity was against them, and I didn't know anybody who was gay personally. But in college, I learned just what it is that these people face. These are people with normal hopes and desires that constantly fear the idea that it could all come crashing down. As a member of the majority, it is our duty to protect these people from the bullying and hate speech directed at them every day. I have made my way through the school system, starting in kindergarten and recently graduating college, and it is an obvious fact that bullying is prevalent throughout all levels of education. Your children have probably been the victim of it, whether they have told you or not. I don't need to tell you what bullying is, and we all know the hatred, violence, and pain caused by it. The reason why I support the anti-harassment policy is because it enforces the idea that all people are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. These rights are fundamental to our nation, and these rights are currently being denied to the children of Brevard County. Teachers and students are allowed to tell children that they should be ashamed of themselves for being who they are. This is obviously unacceptable. As members of one of the greatest nations on earth, we must refuse to let hatred run rampant in our society. It doesn't take long to see just how cruel we have become, with people shooting cops or children, brutally murdering other children. We must choose to end this hatred in order to secure for ourselves a peaceful, prosperous life. The enemies of this anti-harassment policy will try to use religion to persuade you. They will tell you that LGBTQ individuals are against your religion. This is completely false. I know of many LGBTQ people who are religious, practicing Christianity, or whichever religion they believe in. Our opponents will use religion as a weapon, threatening you, but they are hiding the truth. Religion is about acceptance and understanding, not intimidation and violence. For it is only when we come together as a community and protect each other and our beliefs that we can truly consider ourselves a champion of good. In order to protect our beliefs, we must commit to eliminate the violent behavior of teachers and students against our children. So join me in support of the anti-harassment policy so that we can stand tall knowing our children can live without fear of oppression. Thank you.
Thank you. Jean David Parlier, followed by Ken Morris, and then Keith Betcher.
Good morning, Dr. Blackburn, and ladies and gentlemen of the Brevard County School Board. My name is Jean David Parlier. I'm a native Floridian, and I'm currently residing in Sarasota, Bradenton area. I am a veteran of the United States Coast Guard, and I'm a business owner here in the state of Florida. I was raised in a faith-based Christian family here in the South, and my grandfather, the patriarch, moved our family to Titusville many, many years ago. We're proud to say that he participated as an engineer in the Gemini program. My grandfather, Papa George, taught my family how to accept others on an equal basis without conditions and respect for differences when it was not cool. He stood in his beliefs a very long time ago. I've traveled here this morning, joined by my sister, an elementary special education teacher, to voice our support for an inclusive LGBT policy for students and employees in this school district. I'm connected very heavily to this area after living in Brevard County and still currently work here and around the state, assisting as a consultant with growing small businesses, including ones right here in Melbourne and Indialantic. I maintain ties in this community, especially where I lived in Palm Bay, because friends and business associates here accept me as a transgender person. It is my hope that LGBT students in Brevard County can also reach and exceed a satisfactory level of success, which starts by receiving an equal level of support while in their formative years, which includes being protected under the same anti-discrimination policy in existence. From my personal experience, the barriers facing LGBT youth can be monumental. I spent many years expanding unnecessary energy to overcome them myself, which was extremely counterproductive and resulted in me transitioning much later in life. It's been just a little over 2 years since I transitioned from female to male at the age of 45. I now live and work as who I am after I realized in order to feel aligned, I needed to allow my physical appearance to match my core identity. As anyone can see from my appearance at 5'10" and 250 pounds, it is not appropriate for me to use female bathrooms, even if I have a female gender marker on my legal documents. I use male bathrooms that match my gender identity. Transgender people have been using common sense and have been self-regulating as adults. While attending Florida Public Schools, though, I didn't have access to use the bathroom that aligned with my core gender identity, and I underwent egregious harassment when entering female bathrooms, both in middle and high school. There was nowhere to go. In school, I was constantly bullied, harassed, and threatened, and was continually denied rightful access to female bathrooms, too. There were many occasions where I just went all day without going to the bathroom. 30 years later, we're now moving forward as a society and utilizing more protective, child-focused strategies to prevent these abusive dynamics from existing in our school systems. I encourage the Brevard County School Board to also adopt such policies so that all students and employees are equally
Thank you.
valued as humans.
Ken Morris.
Yeah, Ken Morris. I live in Merritt Island. Been a resident of Brevard County for about 10 years. I was also a resident of Dade County for 24 years. My daughters didn't go to the schools here, but they did go through the Dade County Public Schools. My wife and I were very involved in their activities, much to their chagrin sometimes, because they couldn't get away with a whole lot. Problem as I see it here is the LGBT crowd has hijacked the original intent of Title IX, and they're trying to promote an ideology. So the question is it acceptable to put a child in harm's way in order to advance an ideology? Furthermore, I don't think you really understand the concern. It's not the transgenders that's the problem. It's the perverts, the predators who are going to game the system. That's what we're worried about. Do we believe transgenders should be bullied? Of course not. No one should be bullied. The only bullying that's gone on so far here has been from that side. I mean, I've been called heartless, haters, rock throwers, Klansmen, skinheads. That's where I feel a lot of hate from that side this morning. A lot of kids get bullied. They're too tall, they're too short, they're too fat, they're too skinny, their ears stick out, they don't wear the coolest clothes. The policies, your mission statement says to serve every student. Your policies should address bullying for all students, not just a select group. In the corporate world, when a policy goes awry, okay, it's the adults that suffer, the stockholders, the employees. But if this experiment, if this policy goes awry, it's the children that are going to be affected directly. Let's save the experiments for the science fair and the chem lab. Target, for example, they've jumped on the bandwagon with this bathroom policy. That's kind of backfired on them because now their profits and stock is falling. And at a Target store out in Idaho, very recently, a man named Patrick Smith, a.k.a. Shauna Smith, when he's feeling like a woman, was caught taking pictures of an 18-year-old girl in the next changing booth trying on swimsuits. That's the kind of thing we're worried about. Whether it's bathrooms, overnights. Hey, can I talk? Can I talk? And also apparently even counseling. Kids will be able to be counseled on these transgender confusion things without the consent or even the knowledge of the parents. That's wrong. That's what's going to happen. This is crazy. I feel like Chevy Chase in Vacation. This is crazy. This is crazy, because it is. For the ladies on the board, if you change this policy, I assume it's going to affect this room here in this building, right? How about if on another board meeting you're in the bathroom and I feel more like Caitlin and Ken that night and I come in? What are you going to feel about that? Are you going to be comfortable with that? Yeah. Folks, I just ask you, please serve every student, not just a select group. All lives matter. All the students' lives matter, not just a few. Thank you.
Thank you. Can the audience please keep it down? You're being, when everybody shouts out, you're being disrespectful to the speaker. So please, let's respect everybody. Keith Betcher, followed by Karen Clark.
Thank you, board members. My name is Keith Bescher. I live in Satellite Beach. I'm the president of the Humanist and Atheist Community of the Space Coast and a former educator. I come here to remind all of us there is only one right answer in this debate. All children and staff deserve the right to a safe educational environment free from bullying and discrimination. Refusing to add the words makes this impossible. As we have seen recently, the LGBTQ community is still at risk. Following the Orlando massacre, we were reminded of the dehumanizing rhetoric and silence from far too many religious and political figureheads, some in this very county and state. It was disgusting and telling. As a child, I watched as my uncle was treated as a pariah by the people who swore an oath to care for him, all because of their deeply held beliefs. After his passing, my family looked for solace. They were greeted by a priest who refused to preside over my religious uncle's funeral, for you guessed it, being gay. I watched as his partner was fleeced by his anti-gay caregiver as he endured and eventually died of AIDS. Their lives and countless others are far too often directly affected by the religious dogma being peddled by the opposition. Literary treasure and civil and gay rights activist James Baldwin once said, "I imagine one of the reasons people cling to their hate so stubbornly is because they sense, once hate is gone, they will be forced to deal with pain." I ask that you, the school board, who have pledged to protect the rights of all children, please add the words and help us keep bending the moral arc toward justice. The opposition to this policy is right about one thing. There is a gay agenda, equality. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Clark, followed by Veronica Hernandez. Karen?
Good morning, Board. My name is Karen Clark, and I have had children in Brevard Public Schools for 16 years. I have volunteered for the school system for 16 years, and I am in favor of policies that support all our children. But don't mistake my statement that I support all our children as I believe in one-size-fits-all policies. Most of us have children, and they have different needs at different times. For example, one kid's foot grew 2 sizes in a month, or so it seems. If I have 3 children, I'm not going to buy all 3 kids' shoes today. I'm going to buy the one that has the need for new shoes. This is why I believe we need to pass the policy with the language to protect our students and teachers in the LGBTQ community. Although all students are subject to bullying, a one-size-fits-all policy does not meet the requirements necessary for our students. The Pulse nightclub massacre is a stark reminder why we need these protections. So even though I have explained why this is the right decision to protect students and staff, if that argument does not sway you, perhaps a financial argument may help you make a fiscal decision to protect our limited education funding. Plaintiffs from other school districts have sued and been awarded summary judgments in the past. Not only does this cost money in litigation, money that we don't have, and in the judgments, but it is unnecessary. The judgments are based on equal protection, due process, and Title IX violations. The Brevard County Commissioners have recently become embroiled in an invocation mess. Even though our county commissioners knew other counties have been sued and lost these lawsuits, along with taxpayer dollars, they voted against being inclusive. I contacted all 5 county commissioners with my unhappiness in their vote. Only one responded, and she said, and I quote, "Thanks for writing, and I guess we will have to disagree on this point. My principles are important to me. I do hope some of my many other votes were to your liking." I responded, "Your principles are not as important as our taxpayer money." She never responded. As our representatives, I need you to weigh all facts before you vote. Please protect our students, staff, and our limited educational funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Veronica Hernandez, followed by Shelley Rodden.
Hello, my name is Veronica Hernandez. I'm a resident of Brevard County, a recent university graduate, and I'm currently working as a UX engineer in the city of Palm Bay. I am standing up in support of the anti-harassment policy because I believe that schools should be a safe place for learning. Many LGBTQ students in this country live in fear of bullying, harassment, discrimination, and even excessive physical violence. It is a job of the public school system to protect all students and faculty, including gay and trans ones, from being in danger of threats and hostility. I am standing in support of my fellow LGBT people who only wish to be treated with respect and be judged on the content of their character and actions, not harassed on what they wear, how they identify, or who they have a crush on. History is repeating itself. Less than 40 years ago, hateful policies and beliefs were separating black and white people. If you were in an interracial relationship, you could not be allowed to buy a home. If you were a mixed student, it was impossible to pay attention in your school lessons because you were afraid of being verbally or physically assaulted. If you were a teacher and supporter of interracial relationships, you could be fired from your job without any protection from the law or the public school system. Most of us in this room can agree that the age of legalized racism was a dark time in our nation's past. But that is not over, because now we are seeing the same religious rhetoric also being used to justify institutionalized prejudice. However, the United States was founded on the basic principle that religion and government should remain separate. It doesn't matter if you're in New York, California, Texas, or Brevard County, absolutely no one should be harassed for the way they were born, period. And to accept anything less than universal equality for lawful citizens is deplorable. LGBT people get enough harassment, trust me. We get kicked out of our homes and families, barraged with death threats online, and shot dead in the streets, and more recently at a nightclub where we thought we could be ourselves. At least let us feel safe at school. Because right now we're not. I'm tired of having my friends being forced to move to cities and other states because they can't find acceptance in the Central Florida suburbs they were born in. I'm tired of hearing verbal homophobic attacks by teachers towards one of the most fragile minority groups in the country go unpunished by Florida schools. I'm tired of seeing my classmates barely surviving suicidal attempts. And I'm afraid for my future children that they will not only have to deal with racism, but that they might be gay or trans, and I have to send them to school knowing that the school system is against them, even when they've done nothing wrong or unlawful. I urge you to vote yes to the changes made to the anti-harassment policy, to be on the right side of history, to choose love and a right to a safe education over fear and hate. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Shelley Rodden, followed by Marie Mason.
Hello, good morning. I'd like to thank Dr. Blackburn and the school board for this opportunity to speak with you. My name is Shelley Rodden, and I live at 771 Palm Drive in Satellite Beach, along with my partner, Julie, and our two sons, Ben, who's a special needs 9th grader at O'Galley High School, and Wyatt, who's an 8th grader at Delora Middle School. I come before you not only as a concerned taxpayer, as a parent, but also as a Brevard Public School employee. I'm an instructional assistant at O'Galley High School, and my partner is a special education teacher at Melbourne High School. Our family relocated to Brevard County in August of 2014 from the metro Atlanta area, where we were both employed by Fulton County Schools, and our sons attended Fulton County Schools as well. Fulton County Schools is a large, diverse, and progressive school system. I have personally seen the discrimination and harassment of students here in Brevard County where I teach. My fear is that by not adding the words and passing the non-discrimination or anti-harassment policy, the climate will only deteriorate. I've also personally seen the bullying of my youngest son, a quiet and sensitive 13-year-old boy, strictly by virtue of having two mothers. He was extremely hesitant to speak up against the harassment for fear of further retaliation. This cannot go on. With our current political climate, as well as the recent event, the tragedy of June 12th in Orlando, it saddens and outrages me that we as a society continue to be divided on the subject of protection for the LGBTQ community. How do we teach our children to embrace love, accept differences, and protect and defend others? I believe that we all agree that each and every student of Brevard Public Schools have the right to attend and learn in an environment that is safe and free of hate. I trust that you, Dr. Blackburn, members of the Brevard School Board will consider this and vote yes to update the anti-discrimination, non-harassment policy, not only for my family, for my students, but for all. Thank you again for your time and attention in this important matter.
Thank you. Marie Mason, followed by Stephen Llewellyn, and then Tina Kansas. Go ahead.
I'm vertically challenged. Father God, I welcome your Shekinah glory into this place. Thank you, Lord, in Jesus' name. My name is Marie Mason. I'm a resident of Melbourne. I'm a mother, a grandmother, and I love kids. I greet you, the Board of Brevard County Public Schools. I implore you to leave the bylaws, policies, and procedures unchanged. A wise saying I heard years ago about a major decision is, when in doubt, don't. Reflecting on the events of June 12, 2016 at Pulse Nightclub, I assure you, and all the LGBT community, that true Christ followers were not happy, satisfied, or feeling righteous knowing all those people died. I know that because chapter 22 of the Gospel of Matthew, verses 35 to 40, says this. One of them, an expert in the law, tested him with the question, Teacher, which is the greatest commandment in the law? Jesus replied, love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind. This is the first and greatest commandment. And the second is like it. Love your neighbor as yourself. All the law and the prophets hang on these two commandments. Now, in another place, same book, big book, Jesus summarized how we are to treat others. In the Gospel of Luke, chapter 6, verses 31, he said, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. We know that as the golden rule. We all know that. I'm not sure whether you knew where it came from. Sadly, in our country recently, there have been many acts of hatred resulting in loss of life. We all seem to know intuitively that love conquers hate, that light dispels darkness. Please teach students early the golden rule. Teach them, love your neighbor as yourself. Teach them that love conquers hate. Teach them that light dispels darkness. This definition of love. Love is patient and kind. Love is not jealous or boastful or proud or rude. It does not demand its own way. It is not irritable, and it keeps no record of being wronged. It does not rejoice about injustice, but rejoices whenever the truth wins out. Love never gives up. Love never loses faith. It's always hopeful, and it adores through every circumstance. That's from the first chapter of the book of Corinthians, chapter 13, verses 4 through 7. Board, in addition to being smart
Thank you.
and well-educated, which I can tell you are, be
Thank you.
wise
Time is up.
and discerning. Choose what is best for the kids.
Ma'am, your time is up. Thank you. No, time is up, ma'am. Next speaker is Stephen Llewellyn. Ma'am, please take your seat, ma'am. Your time is up.
Hello.
Stephen
Ron.
Llewellyn, go ahead.
Good morning. I think the first thing I'd like to say is I hope everyone here remembers the world is not divided into two groups. We are a spectrum of belief, opinion. We have points of common ground and we have points of difference on all sorts of topics. So I hope that you won't think that what I'm about to say sounds naive. I recognize that this isn't happening in a bubble. You've had a process that you have to go through, and many influences reach into this room today. But I ask you to bear with me for a moment. Our country The world around us is becoming more polarized, more tense, more violent. The approach you're taking here does nothing to unite people. Now, this is the part, you'll hear a trigger word here, but please hear me out, okay? You're redefining gender. That's something that has been biologically defined and even taken for granted by virtually every culture in human history. That definition isn't hateful or unreasonable. It's been common ground for ages. Even if you disagree with a biological definition, it isn't fair to force an alternate view, one that is far from a consensus view, on everyone. You're asking for problems. You're setting people up for failure by making a logical, long-accepted understanding of gender now discriminatory. People could get in trouble just for what they say, depending on how this is applied. And that's just not fair. There is an alternative, and this is what I'd like to stress for everyone. Take another approach to this. I do want you to vote no, but I don't want you to drop the issue. Teach people to respect personhood. I mean, make this something you do, a program. Teach people to respect personhood while leaving room for disagreement. We're going to have lots of them on all sorts of topics. We have to learn how to tackle them. Look to the field of interpersonal communication. Skills and tactics are rich there. They can be taught to empower people to communicate effectively and respectfully, to resolve conflict, to find common ground, to leave room for differences of belief and ideology, and we are not all on common ground. We look at the world in different ways, but we have to live close together. There are skills that can be taught that enable people to communicate well and live more peaceably. So teach them to talk it out, how to talk it out. This can be done, and it would help. Please consider this alternative or another alternative. Please equip people to get along and don't drive a wedge further between people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Tina, Kansas, followed by Lee Newell, and then Kelly Conroy. Tina? Tina, Kansas? Go ahead.
Hi, good morning, and thank you for letting me speak to you. As the board probably knows, when this country first started, it wasn't a country of equal opportunity, regardless of what it said. And as people started trying to change that and make it a country in which all groups were included, there was inevitably pushback. I'm going to use the term right wing, but whatever, there was pushback. I'd like to give the board a few examples of some of that pushback that you might consider a little odd now. Former President Grover Cleveland in 1905 on why women shouldn't be allowed to vote. Women's suffrage would give to the wives and daughters of the poor a new opportunity to gratify their envy and mistrust of the rich. Meantime, these new voters would become either the purchased or cajoled victim of plausible political manipulators or the intimidated and helpless voting vassals of imperious employers. Try another one. Senator Weldon Hayburn in 1908 on why child labor should remain unregulated. The child will become a very dominant factor in the household and might refuse perhaps to do chores before 6 a.m. or after 7 p.m. or to perform any labor. Okay, this is one good. The National Association of Manufacturers in 1938 condemning a national minimum wage and guaranteed overtime pay. The act represents a step in the direction of communism, Bolshevism, fascism, and Nazism. And how they put all four together, I don't know. Okay, here's a good one. Senators Strom Thurmond, Richard Russell, and other Southern legislators in 1956 describing the perils of integrating public schools. It is destroying the amicable relations between the white and Negro races that have been created through 90 years of patient effort
by the good people of both races. It has planted hatred and suspicion where there has been heretofore friendship and understanding. And I understand they said that with a straight face. Okay, Senator Carl Curtis, in 1965, opposing Medicare. It is socialism. It moves the country in a direction which is not good for anyone, whether they be young or old. It charts a course from which there will be no turning back. And finally, the real threat. Lee Iacocca, Executive Vice President of Ford Motor Company in 1970, on why the government shouldn't regulate airborne contaminants that are hazardous to human health. This bill could prevent continued production of automobiles and is a threat to the entire American economy and to every person in America. Now, this is what happens when we try to expand the franchise, the opportunities in this country. We get pushback. And you get hellfire and damnation and the sky's going to fall and all kinds of things going to happen. It doesn't happen.
Thank you. Lee Newell, followed by Kelly Conroy. Go ahead, Lee.
Good morning, Superintendent and school board members. My name is Lee Newell, and I live in Micco in far south Brevard County. This morning, I'm here to stand up for my community, for our right to be treated equally, for our name to be added to your non-discrimination policy. Our name, not some euphemism, not something someone else has made up, because names are important. Names are the words and phrases we use to define things. They are especially impactful when they refer to oneself. For instance, I consider myself a Brevardian, not an East Orlandoian. So I was hurt when the B line that my grandmother used to take to Orlando became the beach line to connect Orlando to the beaches. An Eastern Florida State College, they took our name out of our state college. I felt belittled. I felt our county was belittled, made smaller, less important, and in the case of the college, made to disappear entirely. Talk about out of sight, out of mind. You can't get much farther out of sight than to be unnamed. Something similar happened to my community right here in 2004. My friend Drake Austin stood here and learned that you can win the battle and lose the war. Drake wanted a gay-straight alliance and thought that would be through the recognition of gay students' equal rights to form clubs. Now, Drake got his gay-straight alliance. He won the battle. But in doing so, the school board declined to use the word gay in the policy, or lesbian, or bisexual, or transgendered, or the phrases sexual orientation, or gender identity, for that matter. I've been told the phrase you do use was made up. Apparently, even with the assistance of the ACLU, the 2004 board couldn't find an acceptable word or phrase that LGBT people use. In 2004, the board declined to use any of our names. Our persecutors won that war by keeping our name out of school policy. So today, anyone searching Brevard Public School policy, looking for LGBT protections, will not find any familiar words or phrases. Since your policy does not use our name, we are invisible, not included, non-existent. Our persecutors were successful in convincing the 2004 board that we are somehow so dangerous that they dared not even say our name. The word gay was the bathroom issue in 2004, by the way. And those self-same persecutors will stand here today and use a parody of our name. They'll say sexual preference rather than sexual orientation. They don't say gay and lesbian, rather they use a pejorative homosexual. And they all say it the same, they must practice. They will tell you that they do not persecute us, that they love us, but not enough to allow us housing, employment, life partners, freedom from their persecution, or even to say our name. We do not ask that you love us. All we ask is that you say our name. We ask only for recognition, a parenthetical in this case. You can put it in 6-point type, but include us. Please, say our name. Add the words.
Thank you. Kelly Conroy, followed by John Arrigo.
Hello, my name is Kelly Conroy, and I'm a resident of Palm Bay. I am here today as an ally for LGBT youth. I have dedicated 18 years of my adult life to social work and formally directed a drop-in LGBT Youth Center. I have worked with hundreds of LGBT youth and have had the privilege of partnering with dozens of schools to assist them in their journeys toward creating safe and supportive environments for all students. I am speaking today on behalf of LGBT students because I believe that they have a right to access safe learning environments. I am not alone in this belief. The U.S. Department of Education also fully supports local school districts' efforts to reduce bullying of LGBT students by adopting their own anti-harassment policies. Establishing and enforcing clear anti-harassment policies tells students that school is a safe place where bullying, harassment, and violence will not be tolerated. Anti-harassment policies set the expectation that students will treat others with kindness and respect. These expectations prepare our young people with the skills they need to be successful in our diverse workforce. We are all here today because we care about young people. I encourage you to think about why you decided to join the school board. It isn't an easy job. I'm certain that you have had many encounters with parents and community members that feel very strongly about this issue, one way or the other. I am certain that this has been a long and difficult journey for you. I could easily stand here and wave the legal stick and talk about federal regulations and how I've witnessed districts risk losing their entire budgets because they have failed to protect LGBT students. But I'm not going to do that today because I believe that you will do what's right. I believe that you are ready to be proactive because you care about the safety of our students as much as I do. I know a lot about bullying. I recently lost 2 young people within a 2-week period to suicide because of bullying. I've also worked with many young LGBT people who are successfully engaged in their school communities because their schools took their responsibility to provide safe learning environments seriously. This past May, I had the honor of serving as a keynote speaker at a college graduation ceremony where 4 of my transgender youth from the center received their college diplomas. Those students were successful because they had the support and a safe place to foster their academic aspirations. Nothing is sweeter than watching young people fulfill their dreams to become all that their hearts and minds desire. I have repeatedly witnessed the positive impact that safe learning environments have. It is our obligation to ensure that all students are protected from bullying and harassment in school.
John. After John will be Tim Franklin and then Tina Deskovich.
Good morning, board members. I got 24 more of those signatures for you. I appreciate your time, and I'm a man of facts. I like facts. I like statistics. The Child Health Advocacy Group has released a report. I got 8 points. Human sexuality is an objective biological binary trait, X, Y, and XX, are genetic markers of health, not genetic markers of a disorder. Number 2, no one is born with a gender. Everyone is born with a biological sex. Gender, quote, an awareness and sense of oneself as male or female, is a sociological and psychological concept, not an objective biological one. This is dangerous. Johns Hopkins Hospital was the pioneer in gender reassignment surgery. Again, we're talking about kids here. It now refuses to perform these discredited cosmetic procedures. Why? Number 3, a person's belief that he or she is something that they are not is, at best, a sign of confused thinking. Number 4, puberty is not a disease, and puberty-blocking hormones can be dangerous. Reversible or not, puberty-blocking hormones induce a state of disease the absence of puberty, and inhibit growth and fertility in a previously biological healthy child. This is dangerous. Again, we're talking about children. According to the DSMV, as many as 98% of gender-confused boys and 88% of gender-confused girls eventually accept their biological sex after naturally passing through puberty. And so what do we call a physician or a parent who takes a gender-confused boy with a 98% chance of full recovery and severely and irrevocably harms that child with dangerous hormones and sterilization surgery? Again, we're talking about children here. Children who use puberty blocking impersonate the opposite sex will require cross-sex hormones in late adolescence. Cross-sex hormones are associated with dangerous health risks, including but not limited to high blood pressure, blood clot, stroke, and cancer. Rates of suicide are 20 times greater among adults who use cross-sex hormones and undergo sex reassignment surgery, even in Sweden, which is among the most of the LGBT community. Conditioning children into believing a lifetime of chemical and surgical impersonation of the opposite sex is normal and healthful in child abuse. This is child abuse. These words that you guys are putting in there is child abuse. Endorsing gender discordance as normal.
Thank you, John.
I appreciate your time. Again, facts.
Tim Franklin. This is 24.
My name's Tim Franklin, City of Viera. And you all have a huge responsibility before you. I want to say this morning that I appreciate the time and the study and all of the hearing and the jeering that you've put into attempting to arrive at a sound conclusion. What I have in my hand are another 145 signatures of people who are not able to be here today to speak. And I want to remind the commissioners that in this county that you represent a huge amount of people, both in major groups and small groups. With this group here, simply a part of that major group that has asked me, and from my own heart, I also ask that you vote no. Thank you.
Tina, followed by Reverend Brian Devlin, and then Glenn Tully. Tina.
Good morning. My name is Tina Deskovich, and I am a candidate for School Board in District 3. I grew up here, went to Brevard schools. I have 2 children in Brevard schools. I've spent thousands of hours volunteering in the schools and in the classrooms. I've sat through months of school board meetings, like most of you, and definitely the board, heard the debate on both sides. I know what I can speak to that maybe the board hasn't is I've also been knocking thousands of doors within our community the last few months. When I ask people, what are your major concerns with education in our community, I don't hear about our shortage of teachers. I don't hear about our lack of textbooks. I don't hear about graduation rates, the things that you think would concern us as community members about our children. Just about everyone, the first thing out of their mind is this LGBT issue. And it's an important issue that we need to address, but I hope that soon we can start spending more time on focusing on the actual education of our children. I know that LGBT students are facing hardships in our schools, and this is unacceptable. Bullying and discrimination of any student is absolutely wrong. We have an obligation to protect all students at all times. Special protections for select groups, however, do not seem to accomplish this goal. It seems like they're creating more division, more confusion, and more uneven treatment among students when the goal is for all of us to be treating children equally at all times. Dr. Blackburn's analogy a few months ago about his lawn and a patch that needs extra care sometimes was referring to certain groups of students that might need extra attention. I don't think that extra watering is a policy change. I think that extra watering is teaching respect, teaching kindness, and putting in common sense procedures and guidelines that will help these special circumstances. Our current policy says we will not discriminate on the basis of race, color, religion, national origin, gender, age, disability, or marital status. It doesn't break each of these out into select religions, select races. It covers them generally. We have a policy that says we will not discriminate. The board took an oath to uphold our Constitution. Our Constitution does not mandate a change to our policy. I heard the same attorney the gentleman spoke about earlier that you all brought in for the workshop, and he said that the issue is trending this way, but that it's not mandatory that we trend this way also. It is our board's job to protect all children. It's our board's job to represent all children and the citizens of this community that have elected you. The real solution is to find safety, security, and fairness in our schools for all children, that they're welcome, comfortable, and able to focus on learning. It's for this reason that I'm encouraging the board to vote no on adopting the LGBT language to this policy.
Thank you. Reverend, followed by Glenn Tully, and then Vita Panetta. I'm always getting her name.
Dr. Blackburn, members of the board, ladies and gentlemen. I am here today as the chaplain for PFLAG and as a minister to the Florida Clergy United Brevard County chapter. I am encouraging and asking you to vote yes on this vote coming up. Reason being is currently there is no policy in place for the LGBTQ community within the schools. Therefore, to add the words sexual orientation and gender identity, adding those 4 words, will make everyone covered under the harassment policy. I believe that it's important that we do that. No child can go and be bullied. No child can go and be harassed. They need to be supported, and they need to be helped out once in a while. Those children that we're talking about today are the members of the school board tomorrow, is the superintendent of schools for tomorrow, etc. They are our future. We need to protect our future. And therefore, because we're in protection of the future and our youth of today, I'm asking each one of you and encouraging each and every one of you to vote yes on the amendment.
Thank you. Glenn Tully. Is Glenn still here? Nope. Okay. Move on to Vita, followed by Larry Finch. Vita, I get it. Vita. I need a training class on that. I'm doing terrible. Larry Finch, Markville. I'm not, hey, after 50, you're not easily retrained. You know how that goes.
My name is Vita Penicus. I am a parent of Brevard County students and the proud parent of a Brevard County graduate. Our current policy protects students and staff members from discrimination and harassment on race, color, national origin, disability, pregnancy, marital status, and religion. It has been suggested that if we add gender identity and sexual orientation, that we are pandering to a specific way of life. Well, neither I, my children, or their teachers have ever been told they need to change race. They've never been told to change their color, or their national origin, or gain a disability, or become pregnant, or get married, or get divorced. Nobody has ever forced them to change to any of these ways of life. I found it ridiculous that it would be suggested that adding gender identity and sexual orientation would encourage people to change their way of life. And then I realized there was one area where my children have been harassed and they have been bullied, both by their peers and by staff members, and that's religion, the absence of their religion. Nobody's ever tried to convert them to Judaism or Hinduism or Islam or atheism or humanism or even Catholicism. They have tried to convert them to Christianity. And these are the same Christians who don't think that the LGBT community needs any protection. It's a basic human concept. If you want to know what a person's flaws are, listen to them. Listen to what they criticize most about others. This extends to communities as well. When you listen to somebody criticizing a group, saying, we don't want their agenda, we don't want their way of life, it's because they want to spread their agenda and their way of life. By adding the language to protect our LGBT students and staff, we are not creating or supporting an agenda. We are simply affirming that all humans deserve basic human rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry Finch, followed by Mark Miller. Larry?
Hi there, my name is Larry Finch. I've been teaching in Brevard for 20 years, so I have quite a bit of experience with students and what they're going through. I actually was at Melbourne High School for my sophomore year in 1963. I turned 68 a couple weeks ago. I do remember my senior year in the cafeteria, two kids, two boys, who were sitting together every day eating their lunch. No one else would go around them. And I watched one day when two other big guys walked over and tipped those trays on top of them with all their food and all the liquid and walked away, and no one did a thing to protect them. So I graduated from what is now UCF, but it was FTU, Florida Technological University, and I was working for Disney at that time, 4 days a week, going to school 3, I needed the money. And then I came back here and taught 4 years in the mid-'70s. I did leave because the pay was so bad. But I decided in 2000 to come back because I love teaching more than anything else I've ever done. I'm dedicating my life to helping other people's children. I have had kids who are just beginning in middle school to recognize who they are in these terms. And I have done everything I can to make sure there is no kind of prejudice, no kind of bigotry, nothing ever stated in my classroom. And by the way, the speaker that was up here before, if your son's not in my classroom this year in 8th grade at Delora, please let him know to come to me anytime he needs help. So I had a student, I won't tell you what year, I thought was a boy sitting right at the front of one of the rows in one of my honors classes. Very short crew cut haircut, parted every day, nice guy's clothing on. And about 2/3 of the way through the year, one of the teachers said to me, "Do you know that that's a girl?" Well, I could tell by the way she was dressed and all that stuff and the great attitude she had, really good student, that her parents were supporting her. I called that mother to tell her how much I appreciated what she was doing for her daughter. And she literally was so happy, and she was in tears on the phone because nobody had said that to her before. So I'm not going to continue all these different issues because there have been so many terrific speakers here today. But I am going to say that please pass this anti-harassment program. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Miller, followed by Pastor Keith Kabezi.
Good afternoon. Mark Miller from Palm Bay, father of 3, 2 which are still in school, in middle school actually. During the last board meeting that we had back on May 4th, I listened carefully. You know, this is a real key decision today. And I listened to the board say that our current policy meets and exceeds all federal and state regulations and guidelines, and in many cases matches word for word. It said in its current form, you guys said in its current form, it already protects all children from any bullying and any harassment for any reason. It was said the proposed change will not change anything. It will not change any procedures. Nothing will change is the exact words that were printed in the news. It was also said by you guys the school board's job is not to write legislation, and this issue is currently playing out in the courts. It's also said that there are no trends in our school system that necessitates the need for a clarification or an emergency meeting. And it was also said that it's a very volatile and divisive topic in our community. It's very divisive. So if we already meet or exceed, if all the kids are already protected, if there's no trends, if it's currently working itself through the courts, and you really believe it's not going to change, then why implement something that's so divisive? Now, I heard that we need to provide further clarification to the staff. I understand that. To me, no means no. But if the staff really needs to be provided with clarification, then as a parent of a child who is bullied every single day she went to school, please add kids with ADD. Please add kids with behavioral issues and learning issues because they were born that way. Please add kids with cancer. Please add kids with birth defects. Please add fat kids. Please add skinny kids. Please add Christian kids, which are already covered, but yet my youngest daughter is harassed for saying her prayer before she eats her meal. Okay? No means no, means no, means no, means no, means no. It's just meaningless words that are being added to a page. If you really want to make a difference, enforce what you got. Encourage and grow people. Invest in these young people. Invest in them. Like the guy said wearing the black. I didn't get your name, but that was excellent. Well put. Invest in people. Encourage your teachers. Train them. Give them some power. Let them do something. But most of all, talk to the parents. Man, I wish somebody would have talked to me before I took her out of middle school or took her out of public school. Nobody wants to talk to the parents of the ones who are doing the bullying or the ones that are receiving the bullying, because it's hard. And there's no great, clear, black and white answer. But talk to people. Be proactive. Jump in. And if you want some ideas, see me. I'd be more than happy to share. God bless you. Thank you so much. Please vote no.
Thank you, Mark. Pastor Keith Capizzi, followed by Titus Green, then Scott Wall D'Souza. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, school board. My name is Pastor Keith Capizzi, Cocoa Beach, Florida. I'm a resident of Florida for a long time. And I enjoy Florida. I love Florida. I love our children. I am nervous. It always scares me to get in front of people that hate me. But I'm an evangelical Christian, born again. I love Jesus Christ. I'm a pastor of a community church. I'm heterosexual, married, and I'm white. I'm conservative. Everything I stand for, I am constantly bullied and ridiculed, constantly. It brings me to tears that it never stops. I have sat here today and heard that I am affiliated with Hitler. I have heard countless people stand up here and criticize Christians. I have studied God's word for years, and I know the Bible, Old Testament, New Testament. Christians love people. And how they continue to stand up here and paint us black is beyond me. It's a terrible thing for them to malign truth, to use history to validate their cause where the history they use doesn't even associate. I look at the statement policy that's coming up. One of the things that concerns me is that the language being used takes the authority of the school board to exercise and enforce the policy and gives it solely to the superintendent. That's concerning. I don't know if that's accurate, but it's what I read. I have another concern. I think we've lost our way. So if we want to add, as the gentleman said, he would like to have his name mentioned. Well, I think out of the 250,000 religions that this bill is covering, we should name the 250,000 names because they have names. So I respect your name. I do. I respect your name. And I have nothing against their name. And if they want to live a lifestyle that they choose, and so be it. And I don't think anybody should have a right to bully them. Nobody should be bullied. No one. And if we go into dissecting the verbiage, we would have to have a document that was 350,000 pages thick to dissect the verbiage. I think the verbiage reads well the way it is, and I think to change it is to cater to an ideology that is relentless in dogging us. Thank you.
Titus Green, followed by Scott Wall D'Souza.
My name is Titus Green. My wife Emily and I live in Merritt Island with 3 school-aged children, and I also have the privilege of serving for over 12 years as one of the pastors at First Baptist Church, Merritt Island. And I want to begin by just saying thank you for this time. Thank you for your service in our community and to our schools. These are very difficult times, and I do not envy your task. It is a very difficult task, and so thank you. Thank you for serving and truly allowing us to make our voices heard. I do want to reinforce that I believe in this room most of us have a great deal of common ground. I believe we want to reinforce a deep desire that we hold as a majority to love and serve every single man, woman, and child in this community. I believe we hold a deep desire to honor the dignity of every single individual who's created in the image of God. I believe we all hold common ground that we want to provide school environments and enable you to enforce policies that hold an environment free from harassment and bullying and hatred and bigotry. I believe we share that common ground and could proceed into better policies toward that common ground. And so I'm deeply concerned about the proposed policy changes. And I just want to share a couple of my concerns with you. First, I'm concerned that the proposed policies would limit the freedom of speech for those students and faculty members who hold a traditional Judeo-Christian view of marriage, sexuality, and gender assignment at birth. I'm concerned that the proposed policy changes would open the door for the introduction of curriculum that would teach our children that it is an absolute truth that gender is not an absolute. I'm concerned that even though board members adamantly hold that there will be no movement toward opening bathrooms and changing rooms and overnight room assignments on school-sponsored trips, there has been little to no clarity given, at least from my vantage point, on how this language substantially differs from the language that's in play in dozens of cases nationally that include those very situations. It's not clear to me how this policy offers protection to individuals who identify with a gender that's not their biological gender if it doesn't secure the most basic access to the privileges of their identified gender. For instance, how will we tell a biological female that we will not discriminate against her choice to identify as a male and then turn around and tell her she has no access to the facilities that have been designated for biological males? What rights have actually been provided and protected for that individual? I believe what this policy is doing is introducing more confusion and chaos and division rather than greater clarity on how we help that child and love and serve that child. And so if it's the intention of the board to guard against bullying and harassment, which I do believe it is, I want to ask you again to vote no on these policy changes and to continue to pursue other more reasonable options that would foster greater dialogue between these sides and move toward greater consensus
Thank you.
rather than polarize the community. Thank you very much.
Scott Walder Souza, followed by Margaret Goolsby, and then Richard Goolsby. Go ahead, Scott.
Hello, everybody, and thank you again for hearing all of us here today. I really appreciate it. My name is Scott Walder Souza. I'm a resident of Palm Bay. I am a lifetime, well, other than 2 weeks of my life, Brevard County resident. I've also been through almost every single one of your schools. Most of you already know my story, and most of you already know why I'm here today. I'm here to say, please, I beg you to accept and say yes to this anti-harassment policy. I was pushed around this school system for many years. I was thrown from school to school because I did not fit in. I was harassed, I was picked on, I was beaten up, I was hit in the head and left for dead. I've been just about everything I could think of, the bad things happening to one person. Unfortunately, I seem to fall into that category a lot. However, that's why I'm here to fight and advocate on behalf of my family. My family is very important to me. My husband and I have lived in this county for 12 years. He's a high school teacher here, and he's done great work in this county. He's been trying for years to make things better in his classroom and in the schools across Brevard. I, on the other hand, am looking from an outsider's perspective and from a student's perspective, and knowing that this school system has neglected my sexual orientation in the past, and the lack of education of the administrators and the teachers that were taking care of me were part of that problem. I beg you to say yes to the anti-harassment policy, because this is the education that is needed to change the procedures in place. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope you say yes.
Thank you. Margaret Goolsby, Richard Goolsby, then Thomas Toop.
Good
Go ahead.
afternoon. My notes are a mess because I've written and crossed out and rewritten, so please bear with me. We were out of town in New York City for the last meeting, so we weren't here, but I read an article when I got back about a man who was arrested for using a particular word in this body. And it's an article in the newspaper, and I took it as valid. And if you guys are offended by a word, what about these children in puberty being offended by having to disrobe? And that will happen. I mean, that will happen. It's just it's just going to happen. Yes, it will. Well, we'll see. It's not specifically about the bathroom issue. We don't hate anybody. Let everybody live their lives, but don't push your life down my throat, and I won't push mine down yours. You know, I don't get it. Let me catch up with my notes here. We're trying to give in to a select group wanting us to do things their way, and let's protect our kids. Which is it going to be? You guys say your mission is to serve every student, including the LGBT student, including the straight student. But that doesn't mean they have to be set aside. I have 2 red-haired, freckle-faced, skinny, crooked-teeth grandchildren. Are you going to include them in your little list of people that we're protecting? They get bullied all the time. I want their names on your list. It's not fair to pull certain groups out when it's covered under the word gender, to be frank, to begin with. Why are we not protecting all of the students, my little red-haired, freckle-faced, skinny, crooked-teeth kids? Actually, one of them is being pulled out. The little 13-year-old granddaughter is being pulled out of school because of this issue. She's going to be homeschooled because she became a woman this summer. She doesn't want to be put in this situation. I don't blame her. I don't blame her. She's scared. She's scared, 13 years old. She shouldn't even know about this. And she's scared. But I agree, all kids should be protected. But they are protected in the words that's already there. Just enforce the words that are already there. Teach the staff and the admin to enforce what's already there. I mean, I heard somebody say the words in the policy, let me see what, I wrote it down. One former speaker said the student was successful when the school admin took their responsibility seriously and did not allow bullies to bully people in the LGBT community. This is where the problem lies. Train the admin to stop looking the other way. It's their responsibility.
Thank you. Richard Goolsby, followed by Thomas Toop, and then Leanna Toop.
Yes, that was my wife. We are given free will that doesn't give you the right of 1% of 1% free will to control my free will. I can't believe that the hatred here towards anyone that is not in their little clique that wears their red shirts. That is discriminatory, period. Their free will. I can put a flower in my hat and use all the facilities that I need to, man or woman's. Also, can control everyone else just because I put a feather in my hat. LBGT people, this guy says he wants his name noticed. This guy says he wants his weight, or he changed genders or whatever, says that they are bullied. Until I was a graduate of high school, I was bullied. Why? We were poor, I was skinny, I was tall, I had freckle face, I had a toe head, if anybody knows what that is. That's just pure white hair because I stayed out in the sun and it bleaches by itself. And I was socially unacceptable because I had just moved to certain schools and moved around with my family. I was not in any LGBT group, so the bullying is not associated with them, it was associated with me. Why do they snivel about the bullying and all of that stuff when it's not just them? It's everybody that gets bullied, and they think it's just about them.
Enough,
There's a lot
please,
of
no.
people getting killed because, not that has
Please
red
address
shirts
the
on,
board,
but
sir.
for everything else.
Please address us.
It's
Could we
not
please
associated
have
with them.
the crowd be quiet so the speaker can speak? Please continue.
It happened to me too. Why do you think I went in and lifted weights and gained weight? Now nobody harasses me because I'm on the other side trying to control the harassment. I don't care what happens. I control black, white, green, yellow, blue, it doesn't matter. I stand up for 100%. So, y'all think that it's just about you. Try to fix all the problems first. LBGT will be fixed as all bullying on all avenues, not only because you are whatever the names are now. Why are we even here? Because nothing's supposed to change. You threw a guy out because he used a male name for an actual biological name for that. But why are we even here? How can you vote for that whenever you can't even allow the actual name put into it? Male parts.
Thank you. Thomas Toops, followed by Leanna Toop, if I pronounced that correctly.
Yes, you did.
Go ahead, sir.
I want to thank you for letting me speak and for your
Please
courage.
pull the
in letting-
microphone towards you so we can hear you.
I want to thank you for letting me speak and for your courage in letting everybody speak. My name is Thomas Toops. I'm an Air Force veteran, and the reason I'm standing here is because I swore an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. And it's not about religion. It is the First Amendment about freedom of speech. If you pass this with this change, people will no longer be able to say what they believe is the truth. Just as a child says, I couldn't help it when he has done something wrong, and we correct him in love because he needs to know that he does have a choice. He gets to decide what he does and who he is. We don't let him take that and turn it around and call it bullying. We don't make it punishable to tell somebody in love that you can't say something because we don't like it. I've seen the result of that. I was on the honor guard at Patrick Air Force Base when we carried those shuttle astronauts to the planes after the Challenger disaster because somebody was not allowed to say there could be a problem with the O-rings if it gets too cold. The investigation found that there was a society of not being able to speak to that effect and tell the problems because of the consequences of the delays and the bad press. Here we've got, again, another example where people died because somebody could not say something because it would be Islamophobic. So they didn't listen to the person and say, hey, this guy's buying guns. And people died at the Pulse nightclub for just that reason. It wasn't Christians that did this. We don't cause these problems. We're just trying to warn you that you're never going to feel safe if people can't speak the truth in love. Thank you.
Thank you. Leanna Toops, followed by Ed Monin, and then Tim Finlayson. Ma'am, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Leanna Toops. I am a native-bred Floridian from Melbourne. And I kind of noticed that it's kind of tense in this place, so maybe we'll talk about something a little bit more light, called love, right? It's a hot topic, right? So we talk about, I got like a little cousin, name is Jono, and if when he was little, he's bigger now, but when he's little, I remember there was one time that we did babysit him, and there was a point in where we were playing, running around the yard. He tried to run into the street. And so you grab his arm, you hold on tight, and you pull back and say, no, Jono, what are you doing? Now, when you do that to a little kid, they go, ow, you hurt my arm. But what is that? It's true love, because you see danger ahead. Now, with this issue, this is not a street where a car may or may not come by. This is a deep valley, a Grand Canyon situation. To vote yes to changes in this policy is to put the gate down. Say, it's fine. You can live that way. It's okay, but it's not. There's a reason. I can go into so many different reasons why. I mean, I'll bring up one that really bugs me, as I intend to become a physician in the future. I'm studying right now. What bugs me is, like, say, the disease. Hepatitis is much more prevalent amongst gay men. I'm sorry. It's a fact. It's been documented. I'm sorry to tell you, but I'm telling you the truth. Why? Because I love you. So many times we misconfuse the word love, but it's up to you, 5 members of the board, Karen Henderson, Amy Neesey, Andy Ziegler, Misty Belford, and John Craig, to vote no. Sometimes love says no. Sometimes love says no. Again, I reiterate, sometimes love says no. Please vote no.
Thank you. Ed Monin, followed by Tim Finlayson, and then Patricia Finlayson. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. My name's Ed Monin. I live in Melbourne. The last 30 days have been brutal in Florida, the United States, the world. It's brought safety to a priority in all of us. I do not believe changing 4 words is going to make our schools safer. In fact, I believe these changes are going to create problems, and I have yet to hear any discussion on how the school and the school board is going to address safety and the safety problems that occur. It appears to me that this needs to be done before we make the change. Given this, I feel it's unacceptable, totally unacceptable, to vote yes, and I vote no for this issue. But I do want to clarify one thing. We are sitting here wanting to, you want us to believe that bullying is focused on the LGBT students, but yet at your workshop, you set out a statistic that said there are 314 bullying incidents in this school district. 7 of them have been related to LGBT. How are we going to address the other 307? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Tim? Go ahead, sir.
Hello, my name is Tim Finlayson, and I live in Rockledge, Florida. And I'm here to ask you to vote no. I'm a pastor, Brevard Worship Center in Malabar, Florida. I live in Rockledge, Florida. I've raised 2 daughters here in Brevard County. One was an IB student at Cocoa Beach. One was a Cambridge student at Rockledge. And we appreciate the work that all you guys do. I know you guys are tired of hearing about this. But I'm asking you to vote no. It's just simply because I believe that just the word discrimination against sex and putting the words included sexual orientation, transgender status, and gender identity gives special status to that situation. And I believe just the word sex, and I'm a pastor, and I love people. I got in the ministry because I love people and I want to help people. And my heart is heavy hearing the stories of the people who've designated themselves wearing the red shirts. And I don't hate anybody. I love everybody. And I hate that they're having to deal with some of the things they're having to deal with. But I just don't believe this is the answer. I believe empowering your principals who are sharp. They got the job of principal because they've excelled and they've studied and they've proven themselves worthy. Empower them to take care of the situation as it comes up. I was raised I went to school, Signal Mountain, Tennessee, just outside Chattanooga. My dad and mom worked hard. They bought a house in a school district that they couldn't afford just so I could get the best education possible. But to do that, my dad was a plumbing and electrical guy, and he had a Ford panel truck, and he would pull up front, and if you didn't stop the panel truck, the van, you could keep going. But if you came to a complete stop at a red light, you had to get outside, open up the hood, and somehow to re-engage the transmission cable, thing like that. And inevitably, he'd do it right in front. And I'm going to this really nice school because my mom and dad want to have the best education. And they made fun of me. I didn't dress like the other kids. I didn't go to school in a BMW or an Audi. I went to school, my dad's plumbing and electrical, but with that ladder was on top and we rattled, and him having to get out front and make the car start again and things like that. And so there were situations. But I watched teachers be empowered to come beside me, to let me know it's okay, and to begin to instruct the people around it. This is not how you treat people. And I believe all the people that are represented with the red shirts will be a whole lot better served if you just empower your principals and your teachers to take care of the situation and not make them stand out even more by including this in your policy. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Just a minute. We need to take a 5-minute recess. I understand we have to change the recording media in back so that this is all documented, so we're going to take a 5-minute recess. basically, we got 16 more speakers plus a couple others and then board conversation, so. Thank you, and we're back. And yes, I know that was a long 5 minutes. Thank you for bearing with us. And my apologies for the interruption to the speakers, but we had to change our recording media. So we'll pick back up with Patricia Finlayson, followed by Yolanda Flagg, and then Matt Woodside. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Patricia Finlayson. Thank you, Dr. Blackburn and the school board for allowing me to speak. First, I would like to say that I believe love and not hatred should take the lead. In our church in Malabar, all people are welcome. No one has ever been turned away. I would request as a consistent voter in Brevard County that you vote no on the changes to your non-discrimination policy. I believe as a former student in Brevard and a mother of 2 daughters who graduated with honors from Brevard schools that the proposed changes would bring more problems for teachers and students. These changes will add to the already long list of items that principals and teachers must monitor. As a former substitute teacher, I saw teachers treat all children with respect, and as far as I know, no student was disrespected for their choice of lifestyle. Thank you for listening, and I pray you vote with wisdom and vote no.
Thank you. Yolanda Flagg, then Matt Woodside.
Hello, my name is Yolanda Flagg. I live in Viera. I have 3 children currently registered in the Brevard School District. This is my second school board meeting that I have attended. So in the last meeting, the board stated that the changes were in response to address anti-discrimination and anti-bullying language changes that have been occurring in previous discussions. So I looked up the bullying policy in section 5517.01, which states that bullying is often characterized by an imbalance of power and may involve, but is not limited to, unwanted teasing, threat, intimidation, harassment, public and private humiliation. I also found Florida State Statute 1006.147, the Stand Up for All Students Act, which prohibits bullying or harassment by any student, school employee, volunteer, parent, and/or school visitor. This statute lists the procedures currently in place that the school, students, faculty members, and visitors are expected to follow, and actions required to be taken when they do not. So what lands in the gap are those individuals who choose to be non-compliant with the current anti-bullying and harassment policy because the current policy covers all students. Those non-compliant individuals should be subject to the procedures outlined in Florida State Statute 1006.147. So regarding gender identity, I read that New York recently allowed individuals to choose to identify from 31 gender identities, of which include a bio queen, a person who identifies as a woman dressing as a man who dresses as a woman, gender queer, a person whose gender identity is neither man nor woman, is between or beyond genders, or some combination of genders. Or gender fluid, a person whose gender identification and presentation shifts, whether within or with outside of societal gender-based expectations. My concern is adding the words gender identity, which is abstract and fluid, adds complexity and extends beyond anti-bullying and anti-discrimination. I don't believe that the board has addressed how they are going to handle the additional complexities of a fluid and abstract policy. For example, how can you limit which bathroom they use, which single sport activity they can participate in, which single-sex scholarships they can pursue, which groups they are for in overnight activities? Does the school need to modify education to teach gender identity pronouns, and what box do they check when registering for school or filling out paperwork for school activities? And can it change based on how the individual is currently identifying? I don't know how long these conversations are going to go on, but I would ask that you have some real solutions in place and act in a proactive manner and not in a reactive manner to ensure that you are aware of the impact of these changes you want to put in place. I would ask that you vote no. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Matt Woodside, followed by Sergio Carlos, and then Leah Donaldson.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Woodside, and I'd just like to say thank you for letting us speak today. First, I want to say that today, as a concerned citizen and middle school teacher in this county, I and others want to love this community, and that includes the many members of the LGBT community in this room and around the county. Love doesn't always mean, though, that we agree with everything, but while we may disagree, we can do that with respect and care, wanting the very best for each other. So today, in love and concern for our community, I say, sorry, my phone freaked out. In love and concern for this community, I say on behalf of the majority, if not all, the teachers and administrators I've spoken to and who have sought me out to speak on their behalf about the proposed language change, that we hope you reconsider the amendment. I just want to ask a few questions that I feel should be considered before moving forward with the language change. The first question is, what protections will this new language provide that are not already in place with the old language? There are vital protections already in place against bullying and harassment. They are essentially important, as bullying based on any reason is completely unacceptable. As a teacher in this county, I can attest to the no tolerance policy already in place, in which this county practices and takes so seriously. The protection of all students, regardless of anything, is at the forefront of concern for every educator. But instead of providing new essential protections for students dealing with gender identity issues, many see the specific added language of, quote, discriminatory harassment, end quote, as an open door to the possibility of a variety of issues, including mixed gender bathrooms, even though the board has insisted this will not happen. So my second question then is, can you guarantee that the new language will not provide the grounds for a case to be made for a student to use a bathroom or locker room opposite of their biological gender due to the charge of being harassed based on gender identity discrimination? Can you guarantee it? Can you say without a shadow of a doubt that it cannot and will not ever happen? You cannot. Because even if it is not your intention for this to happen, you cannot guarantee that it will not be the intention of other legal counsel to make this happen through the open door this language provides. So the topic of mixed gender has been discussed, and it's been the overwhelming consensus of this community that we are against that for a variety of reasons. As a physical education teacher, I can tell you that the locker room is already a volatile atmosphere, and adding mixed genders in that situation, the problems are obvious and many. So if you, the board, are against this prospect, the next question is, why are we towing the line towards such measures being implemented forever in our school system by changing the language? One only needs to watch the news from around the nation to see that this is the repeated byproduct of such language. So with this in mind, is this the best thing for our students? Are we protecting the safety and dignity of all of our students, including those who are dealing with the gender identity issue, and also those who are not, by changing the language? Is this possible overstep of power worth the potential risk we are putting our students in when they need safety the most, when the language already in place is protective against bullying and harassment of all students, including those of the LGBT community? Are we loving all of our students today? Thank you again for allowing our voices to be heard on both sides of the issue, and I hope for the safety and dignity of all of our students, you will respectfully vote no on the proposed amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Sergio Carlos, followed by Leah Donaldson, followed by Jennifer Reddit. Go ahead, Sergio.
Yep. Hello, my name is Sergio Carlos, and I'm a graduate of Brevard Public Schools and a member of the West Shore class of 2016. In my 9 years as a student in Brevard Public Schools, I was a student journalist, a student athlete, an officer in my student government, and an actor in my school plays. I was awarded the Congressional Medal of Merit by Bill Posey, and I was recognized by the Chamber of Commerce as the Young Adult of the Month for March. I am also openly and proudly gay. I come to you to speak in support of this LGBT non-discrimination proposal because I'm the first to recognize that I'm incredibly privileged in my circumstances, and that not every one of my LGBT classmates has been as lucky as me. I am so blessed to have a family that has loved me unconditionally and a school that has pushed me to succeed regardless of the fact that I was gay. But not every LGBT student can tell you that same story. And we have to push a policy that ensures that every student feels safe and that their unique identity is something worth celebrating and not hiding. LGBT and straight students have a lot in common. We worry about homework and we're anxious about college applications and maintaining our friendships. But in many ways, we are different. LGBT students have to worry they'll lose friends and their spot on the football team if they come out to their school. LGBT students have to worry that people will give them a funny look if they bring their date to prom. Teachers have to worry about stirring controversy and making a scene if they start an LGBT support group on campus. If there's anything the attacks in Orlando have shown us, it is that hate and intolerance are still all too real in our community. This anti-discrimination measure is not about conferring special rights to the LGBT community any more than the Civil Rights Act was about giving special rights to black people. It is worth mentioning that in the 1970s, California deliberated on a referendum that would have fired all gay teachers from its public schools. That referendum was defeated with the support of Governor Ronald Reagan, who stood against discrimination then and who would have stood against discrimination today. This issue is about protecting all students, and it affects all of us, because whether you know it or not, your child or someone he or she cares about is lesbian, gay, bisexual, or transgender. When I go to Tallahassee this fall, I don't want my future peers to recognize Brevard as the school district they saw in the news for refusing to protect its LGBT students. I want my friends in the class of 2016, 2017, and beyond to graduate and say they were proud to have received their education in Brevard. I humbly ask the school board to do what is right in their heart and vote to protect me and all LGBT students in this school district. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Leah Donaldson. I just wanted to take one more opportunity to ask you to vote against amending the school district's non-discrimination clause and anti-harassment clause for today's meeting. As I'm sure you're aware, there are over 20 states suing the federal government over its new definition of sex in Title IX and the Justice Department's threat to repeal funding based on who may use certain bathrooms. Creating a protected status is a huge change in policy, a change that has not really been brought to the public's attention or been publicly discussed other than at school board meetings. We had more opportunity for public input in school closings and rezonings than on this topic, which I feel has much more far-reaching consequences. Why not take time to hear what the people of Brevard think? If you do, I think you'll find that most parents don't favor this change. I want you to stop for just a minute and think about who you've heard from today. How many parents have you heard from today? I'm a parent in the district and a teacher in the district, and I hesitated to come here today and tell you that because I'm a teacher in the district. But I felt like this was so important that I had no choice. With the discussions on this occurring at the end of the school year, and the vote occurring during the height of vacation season, and the meeting today occurring at 9:30 in the morning when most people are working, most people are not really aware of what is even going on.
Please let her finish.
I'm sorry? Why not let the voice of the citizens really be heard by taking this issue to the community and hearing what parents have to say? I would encourage you, at the very least, to hold off on this decision, to see the outcomes of the lawsuits that are in progress. Once a new protected status is created, the door is open to insist on rights and considerations that could potentially alter the social climate in our schools. We know from what's happened in other states that the next step is to push for allowing students of either gender to use either bathroom. We also know that it has resulted in pushing for changes in curriculum and how gender is defined. I would encourage you to please take a look at what's happened in Fairfax County, Virginia. A year ago, they made these exact same changes, and now this school year, they have curriculum changes where they are teaching gender as a spectrum in their classes. And this is up through middle school. Lawsuits will come, no matter how you vote today. Why not use a wait-and-see approach? Brevard schools are already dealing with individual issues at the school level, and the rights of all employees and students are already protected under our current policies. Please vote no on the changes to these policies and keep Brevard schools reflecting the wishes of the majority of our parents and students.
Thank you. Jennifer Redditt, followed by Katie Seifert, and then Dean Padarakis. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Redditt, and I am a resident of Melbourne. I'm also a graduate of Melbourne High School, as well as my son is a graduate of Melbourne High School, and I have a little one with as well. With all that being said, I just would simply like to say, I hear a common thread. There's a problem with bullying. I really hope and I do pray that an answer can be found to that, but I do ask that you do vote no for this. We do have policies in places, but I do agree with others that have come before and said, it's time to empower those that are in positions of power to stop it. I was bullied, my son had issues. It's everywhere, and it's not right. It is wrong. And I do believe a change can come, and I do pray that you guys make one. So please vote no, but let's see some changes happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie Seifert.
Excuse me. My name is Katie Seifert, and I am standing before you speaking on behalf of Dr. Denise Jeffries, sitting back here. Raise your arm. She has dementia, so she probably would have a difficult time conveying 3 minutes worth of the discussion here. Dr. Jeffries is a retired engineer and professor at the University of Manchester in the United Kingdom. She probably is the only person in this entire audience who happened to know Dr. Alan Turing. If anybody doesn't understand who Dr. Alan Turing is, he's the person who is most attributed to solving the German Enigma code and shortening World War II by roughly 2 years. After the war, Dr. Turing was persecuted for being gay. He ended up committing suicide. Strangely, in the United Kingdom at that time, it was illegal to be gay. This happened in the 1950s. It is now 2016, and this practice of discrimination, for whatever reason, needs to stop. The mission statement behind you uses the word excellent, and if you are continuing to discriminate against people, the word excellence does not belong in your mission statement. In closing, I should remind you, society is evolving. You have the opportunity to follow this evolutionary curve, or you can ignore it and face higher authorities forcing you to, very likely at great cost to the taxpayers and financial resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Dean Padarakis, followed by Richard Charbonneau, followed by Richard Webb.
Hello, my name is Dean Padarakis, and I apologize. I drove 18 hours from Cleveland, Ohio to get here, so I may be a little discombobulated. But I look at this agenda issue, and I wonder, how do we get here? I mean, there's so many issues that we need to address of bullying right now that I don't understand why this has become the forefront. But I observe, and I think it's almost like the Common Core of 2 years ago. Everything is coming down from the federal level, and it's pushing it upon us at the local level. And what bothers me is that all of a sudden it's such an urgent issue to pass this policy, where I say, why not wait 4 more months where we have a new school board where the 4 that are running in my district alone are all against this policy change, including Matt Susan. So and we also have 2 in the other district that are against it. So why all of a sudden we need to push this through? I would encourage you to hold off until a new board is. Now, the other thing that bothers me is that Andy and Amy, who won the vote in Brevard County for being conservative, are all of a sudden the advocates on this. And it just goes to show how much you have fooled the public once again. And I would love for you to actually do the will of the public, the people, the majority, because that's what we are, is a democracy. And if we don't follow, and there's, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about the pedophilia that is occurring right now in our schools. Yeah,
Dean,
right.
let's stick to the
We're worried about our children, but we're not worried about the pedophiles. Now, this does open the door to allowing adult males to go inside other bathrooms, and you guys are ignoring it. Most of the people out here understand that the policy does drive the procedure, and we need to make sure that we understand that. So Amy and Andy, do the right thing and go with the majority on this. Thank you very much. And we can have this discussion because, like the gentleman Steve was saying, this shouldn't be divisive. We should be loving to each other. We can embrace everybody's differences and still, yes, absolutely, it's about the children. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Charbonneau, followed by Richard Webb and then Darcy Otto.
Richard Charbonneau, Satellite Beach. Apparently that, I didn't realize it, but I'm a Nazi and I'm a skinhead along with Karen Henderson and John Craig. How's it feel for us to be Nazis and skinheads? I spent my life defending the little guy, and I don't care whether the little guy is gay, the little guy is Jewish. I happen to think that Daniel D'Souza is a nice guy, good-looking guy. I don't want to date him, but I wouldn't mind hanging out with him. And you know what? If anybody picked on him, they'd have my wrath, and I haven't lost one yet. So I protected a lot of gay people in my life and a lot of Jewish people in my life because that's the way I am. I protect the the little guy. I think the gay people, and they may not like me to say this, but attaching themselves or attaching their wagon to the transgender group have made a drastic mistake. The gay people are making a choice that, two guys just like each other and that's it. I mean, so what? But in the transgender thing, I wake up, now if anybody's read the Loretta Lynch paper, which I'm kind of wondering if anybody has actually read it. I wake up one morning, I went to bed Richard, I wake up Linda, I trot my butt down to school and walk into the registrar and say, from here on in, I want to be Linda. That's it, I'm Linda. Don't shake your head unless you've read it. Don't shake your head unless you've read it. You haven't read it then. And I walk in and now I'm become Linda. And then I say, by the way, I think I'm a little sweaty. I'm going to head down to the girls' shower room. And nobody can stop me. Now, back to the transgender thing. If I go to bed and I wake up Linda, I guess I'm sort of normal by this. If I go to bed and I wake up and I'm Scott Ellis, I think I look in the mirror and I'm Scott Ellis, I get in the car and I drive up to Titusville and I start barking orders. Guess what? They're going to call the police, they're going to call Circles of Care, and they're going to throw me in the can because I'm crazy. Now, if I wake up, oh, that's funny? Okay, we're going to go with funny, okay. I wake up and I look in the mirror, and in the mirror, I think that I'm Andy Ziegler. I go in my dresser drawer and I shoot myself. How about that?
All right, Mr. Webb, that's a tough act to follow, but I think you can do it.
Richard Webb, Merritt Island. I'm just here to ask you to think about the unintended consequences of caving into any identity group. This language creates a new ambiguity. Is it GLBT or BLGTQ? We're not sure who we're trying to protect here. I think everybody's already protected. We don't want to open doors to special status for treating people differently. Instead, just respect all.
Thank you. Darcy Otto. Let's please be respectful of our speakers. Go ahead, ma'am.
For 2 years, this issue has divided our community. For 2 years, folks from both sides of the issue have galvanized their supporters to come and speak their points and try to impress upon you their stories, their religion, and their ideology. For 2 years, the media has made this an issue of discussion and then of division, and I would contend one of fear-mongering. Ms. Nisi mentioned in a recent Florida Today article that she is quote, amazed at the people who are angry about a policy but have never read the policy. I've read the policy, all of it, many times. The last line of 2260.01 reads, "The superintendent shall develop and update administrative procedures as necessary to implement this policy." With all due respect, each of you, Dr. Blackburn, Mrs. Henderson, Mrs. Nisi, Mrs. Belford, and Mr. Craig, you have dropped the ball on clarifying the difference between a policy and a procedure. You know that the propaganda that we are hearing about folks coming in as Johnny one day and coming into school tomorrow as Sally is just not true. Please, do your job, do your due diligence, and educate the public about the difference between a policy and a procedure, because what we are hearing is fear-mongering, and it is just factually untrue. Our community doesn't know the difference, and really, it's not their fault. Policies are clear, simple statements of how organizations are run. Procedures are who will do what steps need to be taken, and what forms and things should be used. Policies and procedures, out of necessity, go hand in hand. And it's your obligation in this instance, unfortunately, to educate folks who are writing a biased narrative. I don't like fear-mongering, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention that if we had unbiased counsel, I believe unbiased counsel would indicate that over a decade ago, school districts have been sued and won for failing to adequately protect LGBT students. For example, Montgomery Independent School District Montgomery versus Independent School District number 709, a court held that district's failure to protect a gay student violated the federal Equal Protection Clause. So for my constitutional conservative friends, that's federal equal protection, which is a 14th Amendment to the Constitution. Thank you.
Sherry Brown, followed by Dale Rhodes, followed by Samantha Branch. Sherry? Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Board. I'd like to start by saying thank you for your time. I know this has been a very long process, and I appreciate your persistence with this matter. My name is Sherry Brown, and I live in Palm Bay. I am a Brevard County taxpayer, a disabled veteran, a mother, and proud to say, a new grandmother. And most of all, I'm a spouse of a Brevard County school employee. Sorry, new to public speaking. My wife and I moved to Brevard County last year due to my work relocation. My wife was really concerned about moving to Florida because we moved from Maryland. And in Maryland, she was protected under the law completely. I remember her researching schools, not just Brevard County, but neighboring counties, because she was concerned about not being protected here. So she researched and she looked, and Orange County has been providing LGBTQ rights and protections since 2012. So that was an option for her. Now, she opted to take a position with Heritage High School, go Big Blue. And I can say that even though she hasn't received any direct discrimination or harassment, she has spent the first year working there afraid to be herself. So I have to wonder, if you're afraid to be yourself, you're not able to, if you can't be yourself, how are you going to protect your students? How are you going to provide a safe and encouraging environment when you can't even be who you are? So on top of that, she's not here today because She is feared to come to the school board meetings out of repercussions because she is not protected. So everybody that says, oh, this isn't a problem here, well, it is, because your staff is concerned about not being protected, about being fired, and this is their livelihood. This is how we support our family. So again, this is a problem. Like I said, we expect our teachers and our staff to provide a safe and supporting learning environment. And in order to do that, I believe that they need to be able to be safe themselves, and they need to feel secure in the environment they work in. They need to feel supported. So I encourage you to say yes today and add the words so that not just your students, but your staff feel supported by you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Dale Rhodes, thank you for sticking around.
Let me apologize to you first. I had told you that I was going to have to leave, but felt so strongly that I decided to cancel a couple meetings and stay on. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak. I am deeply concerned about the direction that this proposal is going to take the school system. I have heard you say that this is not about bathrooms, and you're correct, because it's about much more than just bathrooms. It's about advancing the LBGT agenda in our schools. It may not be about bathrooms today, but it will be in the future. It will be about curriculum that will change to promote the lifestyle. It's about a male teacher sitting in a dress teaching students in our classrooms. It's about the invasion of the rights and the privacy of our children who do not carry that lifestyle as a part of their belief system. It's about the suppression of any other view other than that of the LBGT community. It's about more than what is being publicly stated, and I believe most of you do realize that. Under court policy, everyone is already covered by the discrimination policy. But what this policy change will do is create the opportunity for children who do not believe in this lifestyle to be discriminated and harassed. It will create the opportunity for teachers who do not accept that lifestyle to be discriminated against and harassed. You are elected officials. You're elected to hear and listen to those that you represent. Yes, I understand that means everyone. That includes the LBGT community as well as those who are not a part of it. However, in a democratic society, the majority is still supposed to be who you listen to. After all, it is the majority that elected you to those positions because you are supposed to represent them. Absent some representation, we have no choice but to find those who will represent us and elect them. It is very clear that the majority do not want this agenda to pass, and it is your duty as elected officials that represent those who elected you to say no to this proposal. Ultimately, this is about children, and this is not in any way, shape, or form what is best for our children. We have seen this play out in other school systems. We've seen it play out at Target. We've seen this play out at other places where these policies have been put into place. And it does become a danger, not because of the LBGT community, but those who bend and use that policy to their advantage. This will be amplified in our school if it is passed, and proof has been presented. I again ask you to listen to the voice of the people and understand that the people say no. And again, it is your duty and your responsibility as elected officials to listen to those who have voted for you and
Thank you,
say
Dale.
no. Thank you, sir.
Samantha Branch, followed by Glenn DeJong, Gary Monasilio after that. Doing not too good with names right now, but go ahead, Samantha.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm actually here on behalf of my 16-year-old daughter, who couldn't be here because she's at a college class because of dual enrollment. Okay, in saying that, you fire up a 16-year-old girl, their head spins, okay? She's fired up about this. Her vote is yes. My vote is yes. My husband's vote is yes. And my mother's vote is yes. My mother grew up in the 60s and was integrated 3 times. We've had that dialogue. We understand what it's like to be discriminated and walk into a new school where they're afraid of what's going to happen. Well, let me tell you, I grew up in Duval County in a private school, and at 10 years old, I moved to the Keys. Trust me, it was a whirlwind. To go from a private school, closed environment, to down to Monroe County and down to Key West was the most enlightening thing that I ever had happen in my life. The amount of openness and welcoming that I saw through the entire community, up and down the Keys. No, it did not change the curriculum. No, I never had a problem in a bathroom. There was never an incident with PE or the locker room. In saying that, I also graduated in Brevard County. I graduated in 1987 from Merritt Island High, and for 3 years, I watched a teacher at that school. Everyone questioned his sexuality. They didn't care. No, the kids didn't care. The kids loved this teacher, and they wanted to know more about him because he just was the most inspiring person you would ever meet. They asked questions he could never say. He was so afraid of losing his job that he was a closed book. The other teachers, they could not stand the amount of fascination that the kids had for this teacher. What was it? Why was he so captivating? Because he drew them in, and his enjoyment in teaching grew and blossomed. And I learned from that. As an adult, having a parent, growing into being a parent and having a child, my daughter, when she was in 7th grade, she joined a robotics team. And from that, the last 4 years, I've spent as a mentor in the Brevard County school system. And these kids, they are tuned in much more than most of the people in this room. We have had a discussion at Cocoa High's Bionic Tigers team about bullying. Across the board, no bullying is acceptable. They have said, we want to stand in the community, and they do at the Pride events in Lake Eola and here in Brevard County. So, listen to the kids in this county, and please vote yes.
Thank you. Glenn DeJong, followed by Gary Montecalio.
Hello, Board. I'm Glenn DeYoung. I live on South Tropical Trail. And kids went to Satellite High. They're all grown now. I'm a retired engineer. And my concerns with the proposed bylaws is 2 things. One is the word harassment being replaced by discrimination. In February, the documents harassment had been totally replaced by discrimination. I see in this document that I just got this morning that a lot of that's been changed. Harassment is a very strong dictionary word, clearly understood, behavior-oriented, and whereas discrimination is a very subjective word, it's a gray word, can be positive, it can be negative, it can be showing favoritism or perceiving differences. And so I would suggest in the bylaws in paragraph 2, you have in the first line, superintendent will vigorously enforce the prohibition against discriminatory harassment. Why don't we drop discriminatory? It doesn't add any value. Harassment's a very specific word, very very objective. Don't need discriminatory. The second thing is that bothers me is in the original bylaws we have the word sex or gender, and now we're replacing it with sexual orientation or gender identity. And sex and gender have objective biological definitions. whereas sexual orientation and gender identity are subjective and very biological. We all know that. Been discussed many times. So again, in paragraph 2 of the bylaws, I see no reason to add after sex this inclusion of sexual orientation, transgender status, or gender identity. They don't add any value. They're gray, they're subjective, and it weakens the case of your policy against harassment and against bullying. So please vote no, stay with the same thing, or fix this.
Thank you. Gary? Good, sir.
Yeah, you do. It's better to stop. That last name's too hard.
Yeah.
My name is Gary Montecalvo. I've been in Brevard County since 1954, North Merritt Island. I've been a pastor for 33 years. My father was 34 years before that. I've been a part of the Brevard County schools since 1959. Bullying has been with us forever. I was a part of bullying. I got beat up when I went to first grade. That was the first thing I found. I got beat up. I understood that was a part of things. That was at Mila Elementary. I realized that wasn't really going to go away. So I kind of got a little bit bigger, a little bit stronger, and said, well, I can do something about it. And I don't think policy is going to fix it. I think education, teachers, students, principals can do a lot, but what needs to happen is us. I got bigger and I said no bullying. And when I'd see someone bullying someone, I'd say stop. And they'd say, who's going to stop me? And I'd say, me. I stood up for other people. You want to call that a bully? You know, I didn't allow it to happen. And that went for kids. It went for blacks that were being picked on that I said, no, leave them alone. I got threatened for doing it and everything else. It's when we start standing up for one another, it's going to make a difference. Not by trying to legislate everything. We've got so much legislation in this country that no one knows what to do with, can't enforce, can't do anything with. What we need to do is change people, stand up, do something, say something, stand up for one another. My children have all been involved in the arts, meaning that they are surrounded by LGBT-type people. I don't believe in that lifestyle, but I welcome them, love them, treat them well. I reach out to them every chance I can. One of the guys that my daughter has worked with in Cocoa Village Playhouse is a gay young man who walked her to her car every night because he wanted to make sure she was safe. I've gone up to him, thanked him, and said, thank you so much for taking care of my daughter. I appreciate you. All of this stuff, you know, hatred, and we're accused of hatred. Christians aren't allowed to hate. The Bible says we can't hate. Whether I agree with you or don't agree with you, we don't hate. But I'm a real Christian, so I believe it. Now, maybe you've been around those that aren't, or maybe you aren't. I can respond to you. The Bible says love one another. So I don't care who you are, what you are, we must love one another. When we get a biblical mindset, then we can love one another. It doesn't have to be an issue in our county. You're called to make a decision. Decisions have changed the world. They've changed nations. They've changed all kinds of things. Your decision will go down in history. You will be remembered for your decisions. You have some to make today. And I hope you make the right one because you will be remembered for it. And it will affect our county. It will affect our children. It will be known in history, the decisions that you have made. I don't want to go in any longer other than to say. What?
Thank you.
Well, thank you too.
I have one more signed-up speaker who requested to go last, but because it's a public hearing, we will accept any additional speakers who did not get a chance to sign up. I think I had 2 or 3 that wanted to speak. So if you could all just form a line over there, we'll take a few additional speakers. Go ahead, step up and name. Where are you from, please?
My name is Bill Redinger, and I'm from Palm Bay. You have an important decision to make today. That's true. But I want to remind you of a few things. We've had people up here speaking who reminded you of the civil rights days. I'm going to remind you of those days too. Civil rights and equal rights for other persons has never been won by a vote of the people. It's always taken true leaders to lead the way. And that is what you're called on to do today. Be true leaders. Your mission statement says to serve every student with excellence. That is every student. Not every student except the LGBT student. Not every student except the student that you think is different. I was that student. I'm 62 years old. I graduated in 1972. For 44 years, I have carried the mental, emotional, and physical scars of what happens when you're considered to be the queer in the class. I grew up in a very small town. My high school was surrounded by farms. Obviously, the farms had fields. Fields had barbed wire. Well, one day, a few of the football team decided they were going to change me. And I got thrown into the barbed wire fences. And I've carried those scars for 44 years, from 157 stitches. Most of you who know me know that I never wear short sleeves. To this day, I'm ashamed of these scars. To this day, I have never been able to get over the emotional aspect of this. I had been accepted at 7 extremely prestigious colleges. I chose, because of my emotional fear, not to go to a single one of them. And I've regretted that to this day. I have fought for the last 30 years for members of my community. I have seen members of my community kicked. I have seen members of my community beaten in the head with baseball bats, beaten to death. And I've seen 49 members of my community recently killed in our sister city in Orlando. There has to be a time to say, never again, no more. We're here to serve everybody. I'm asking you to do the right thing. Serve all the students of Brevard County and do what a true leader does.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Daniel Waldo Souza. And, some people said, Dan, don't speak today. I heard that from folks in the Democratic Party and folks in the Republican Party and say, Dan, you have nothing to gain, you have nothing to add, there's nothing you haven't said since 2014. And I agreed with them. And then a little birdie told me on my shoulder, speak, speak. And I applaud that courageous superintendent, so I'm here to speak today. I want you to empower me as a teacher. I've been a teacher in Brevard County since the year 2002. I've been a damn good teacher in this county. 2-time Teacher of the Year, certifications in Earth and Space Science, Chemistry, Physics, some of your hardest certifications to fill in this district. And I want you to empower me. Many people here said, empower your principals, empower your teachers. And it didn't click until I heard another speaker today that said that there was a student in 2004 that was looking to start a GSA at a school. And it didn't work out for that student. And I know why it didn't work out for that student. I was approached by that student in 2004. It was my second year teaching at Astronaut High School. I was also teacher of years that second year. And the student came to me and said, will you sponsor? The only way the principal is going to allow this is if we have a sponsor, and we can't find a faculty sponsor. And I said no. I said no. To this day, that breaks my heart that I had to say no. And why did I say no? I was afraid that I wouldn't be reappointed for the next year. Every time there's a cookout, every time there's a barbecue, every time I can't take Scott because I'm not sure how the new administration will feel, or, will I get shipped off because I'm not the right fit for the school? And you guys know that language. It's there. So with the words added, you will empower me not to be afraid. I made the mistake in class last year. I said, you go ahead, kids, ask me anything. I had a couple minutes to kill, and we like to go bell to bell. So I said, yeah, ask me any question. If you're an educator out there, you know I opened Pandora's box when I said, ask me any question. This first thing, girl's hand goes up. She goes, are you gay? And there was a silence. I didn't know what to say. Yeah, I'm proud of who I am. I've been this way my entire life. And there was this awkward silence. And then there was a rumble in the classroom. And there's like, it's okay, Mr. D'Souza, we know. We know. How do we know? We read it in Florida Today in 2014. We read it in Florida Today in 2014 when people are saying this policy is coming up since February till now. That's ridiculous. We were here in 2014 in October. We came month after month after month after month after month. It was publicized. It was written in the paper. People had fair warning that we were discussing this issue and that it was brought to the table. I ask you today, if you vote no, you look at me sitting here and tell your employee that you do not want to protect me, okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
My
Go
name
ahead,
is
sir.
Wyatt Stumbo. I'm
Your
from
name,
Melbourne,
please?
Florida. Wyatt Stumbo. Born and raised here. Sherwood, Johnson, O'Galley. Went to college, came back. My wife didn't grow up here. And I told her we got to move back to Brevard because that's where I want to raise my family. So now, 2-year-old and a 3-month-old at home. I never thought I'd come to a Brevard school meeting because I didn't see the necessity in it. So it's moments of change like this are scary, especially when meetings like this come about that people my age, I'm 31, none of my friends know this is going on. And this is going to affect our children's generation. And the meeting almost seems hidden in an aspect of that way. And it's not an offense to anybody because this is a divided room. We know that. And it worries me to move forward on something like this because how many people, raise your hand if you're under 30. How many of that percentage is here? It's our children, Exactly. I should be at work. I'm actually working right now off my phone while I've been here. And if you can really move forward on a decision that's not got my children's people in mind, my friends that have children, 2, 3, 4, 5, this is very big. Does that not worry you at all? And then it makes me wonder if it's agenda related, because we've got a lot of things changing. And Ms. Canisi, I don't know you, but I know from your facial expressions today, we disagree on this matter. It's very clear, so you've made up your mind. So whoever the swing vote is, unless this can move forward and nothing happened today, I hope you're listening to people like me that we're afraid of change, and it doesn't mean that we don't love people that are gay or lesbian or anything like that, by no means. But it worries things, it really does. The bathroom thing, I have a daughter, 3-month-old daughter, and that's a concern, a legit concern, because it's been proven. You can say it's not gonna happen, but if it does and something happens, your name's on it, really. So I try to think what could happen if it didn't vote no. If you wanna move forward, then why don't you put it on the ballot in November? Why don't you put it on a real ballot? And can that happen, Mr. Ziegler? Is that an option? I don't know. I notice nobody talks back. Is that something that can really happen? Can we vote as a public? Can you answer that?
I don't believe that's possible.
Okay. So, and then the next question I would have is, does this have to move forward today? Does there have to have a yes or no?
No.
Okay. And I know. So, even though nothing has happened so far and everybody's been heard, it is a true concern to me that people my age with young children don't know about this. And I don't know how you publicize that out because it doesn't seem like it happened in a legit way for the population. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, ma'am. Name, please.
Hi, my name is Angela Porto, and I'd like to thank you for hearing all of us today, and especially on discriminating against people that are different, like whether you're considered a dizzy blonde or anything else, because there's a lot of discrimination that goes around. And either I have some confusion, like I have that normally because, you know, I'm blonde. And so, like when you said that there was a girl who only felt safe at school because of her hostile home environment, but I'm hearing today that, like, isn't it supposed to be that they don't feel safe in school? And that's what we're talking about? So if that's the only place they feel safe, I'm a little bit confused by that. And then another young lady over here was saying, you know, if people's friends, they have to move to other cities because it just keeps happening. And you can't live here. You have to move someplace else. And doesn't that say it's citywide? So like a school policy won't actually change that? So it seems to be like a community thing, a lot of communities, not a school thing that you're gonna be actually able to make an effective change. And then there's this other thing I was confused about. I heard, like, lawyers, you said there was lawyers that actually told you that there's verbiage that covers this, and like, don't they pay a lot of money for their education, those lawyers? They should know what they're talking about, right? And so then I heard there's gonna be zero change, but I'm a little confused about that too. Like I said, I'm confused about a lot of things. And so, you know, like, how would it not change the way other people are treated when one group's elevated above another? I mean, oh my God, that just seems to make such sense. And then there's someone who said there was a lack of education about his sexual orientation. And then, are you making fun of me? That's really hurtful. And so there was someone who talked about people not being educated on his sexual orientation and how that affected him. Like, what about people, you know, who are into S&M? And, you know, that's not going to be covered either, and I'm not sure that's fair. And it would limit free speech because it's going to be like, okay, you can talk about this, but you can't talk about that. See, it's already happening in the room. So I think in conclusion, the thing is you need to educate, like people have said here, all day long, and empower people to do their jobs. And actually, that will protect people. And that'll make it so we can all speak as who we truly are and not have to put on acts and not have to be someone we're not. And I'm going to tell you something. I was bullied growing up, too. I was in a farming community. And I am so sorry, sir, for what happened to you with the idiots with the barbed wire. I tell you what, when I moved to Florida, I refused to date an American white farmer. They called me Miss Continental. I dated every man of every other ethnicity but a farmer. And you know what? A lot of emotional scars a lot of people carry. But we can erase those by learning what treating people fair across the board is, not making special policies for one group that is elevated above another, and educating. And when people don't do their job and they let those things slip, you fire them, you replace them, or you prosecute them. And you make sure that that doesn't happen to any student, because I know what it feels like to be bullied, picked on, and harassed. Thank you.
Next.
Hello. I've spoken before.
Name, please.
I'm Rowan Craig. I am 12 years old, and I am a gay student of Brevard County. I feel like I'm a prime example of the kind of kids that this policy will help, because not even just me, a lot of my friends they feel too afraid to come out because they don't feel like they're protected enough. And that really upsets me, because even I'm afraid to like go into middle school next year, because I was in Croton Elementary and I'll be going into Johnson. And I'm extremely afraid to, because if this doesn't get passed, everyone knows that middle school is one of the roughest times, bullying-wise anyway. And I'm just afraid of getting bullied. And this is coming from a student's perspective, which I think is the most important. I'm sorry if I sound all jumbled up, because I'm extremely nervous and I can't really structure my thoughts. Also, something that I told myself I would say, anyone who is opposing this policy and is blatantly disrespecting kids like me because you're telling me that I don't deserve protection. And also something I wanted to address is not wanting to be discriminated against and wanting protection does not make you an elevated group, because the rate of suicide in LGBT teens is 3 times as high, at least in a statistic that I've heard before. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Rowan. Good job. Next up, name, please.
Hi, I'm Loki. I'm a student here at Brevard Schools. I'm going into Mel High. And so I have a lot I want to say, specifically refuting arguments made by the opposition, but I forgot it all because I came up here and I got all nervous. But I'll see how I do. So first of all, I'd like to say one of the first problems that a lot of people had was that it would hijack the curriculum. And that just doesn't make sense to me because I don't remember ever seeing that I had to be required to take an Asian studies class or some sort of other ethnic study. That is not a required, so why would that do anything where I have to take a gender studies class or a sexual orientation studies class? That makes absolutely no sense to me. And second of all, that's something you should teach already in sociology. And obviously, if you go into sociology, you're not going to be offended. You might not agree, but that's part of the course, quite literally. It just makes no sense to me. And while we're on the topic of sociology, I just wanted to make it clear to everyone, anyone who has taken a sociology class would be able to tell you that sex and gender identity are separate, and also there's a difference between sexual orientation and sex. And if you don't believe me, you can just go look it up. Literally anywhere will tell you that. Shoot, I had a lot more to say. All right. Special rights. Yeah, where do you ever see that? Some people will make the argument for affirmative action, but yeah, because I see a lot of minorities getting accepted into Ivy League schools. All right, well, I guess that's it. See ya.
Thank you. I see a future class president there, I think. Next up, name, please.
My name is Andrew Carney. I've been a resident of West Melbourne for just over 8 years, and what I'm about to say is my own personal opinion and does not respect or should not reflect on the position or opinions of my employer. I've been an engineer with one of the 5 largest defense and aerospace contractors for the last 10 years. I've worked all over the continental United States. I've worked with thousands of other employees. We employ hundreds of people in Brevard County, thousands in Florida, and over 60,000 internationally. And we've been wrestling with this similar kind of wording and issue. And we've gone through all the same arguments that a lot of folks have presented here today about their fears and concerns. You know, what about the bathroom situation? Do we open ourselves up to harassment, or is this a slippery slope? And eventually, the policy that we were arguing and debating over was one that the Human Rights Campaign had given 100% grade for LGBT inclusiveness and diversity. So it was a pretty progressive policy. And eventually, I think we decided to adopt it. And that was 11 years ago. So we've had 0 issues of harassment or sort of sexual abuse or anything related to the bathrooms. We operate hundreds of facilities that are, I'm sorry? No, our profitability has soared. As a company, we've been hugely successful. It's been a non-issue, and it's promoted a really wonderful, inclusive kind of work environment. So I would encourage you all to vote yes on the proposal today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there. Thank you, Board, for your time today. My name is Tim Kratzer. I'm a parent here in Brevard County in Melbourne. I have 2 kids in the Brevard County school system. And I'm asking you today to please vote no to these policy changes, or at least wait to see how, I guess, there's several lawsuits in the country over issues just like this to see how those come out. One of the things is that the board has heard for months, and maybe sometimes you think incorrectly, that parents, and today the biggest concern is over these bathroom and shower thing, right? That's what you think people are confused about, that, you know, and you say this won't happen as a result of this. So if, as you say, that there will be no shower or bathroom change in the future, why haven't we seen any type or any kind of policy or procedure, guideline, statement, anything of any type from the board at all, officially saying there will be no change? Because we have all the red line changes in the harassment policy. Why don't we see something in some type of I don't know, I know there's a difference between policies and procedures, but why isn't there anything from the board at all that says there will be no change in the policies or who goes to the bathrooms and the showers and things like that? That's not on today's thing at all. So maybe you can understand why we don't really, you know, we don't agree with you, because if you say there is going to be no change, why haven't we seen anything officially for that? Because if you took the shower and bathroom issue away by officially saying, oh, though there will be no change, I'd say about 80–90% of your opposition would be gone. I think if you took that away, but there has been nothing. There's been nothing there to say there will be no change. And I'm also very worried, like the man who before me said, that there seems to be almost nobody whom I work with who is aware of this at all. It's in the middle of summer for that, and it's at 9:30. They're normally at 5:30 a lot of times for these big issues like this, it seems like, for more people can speak and more aware of that. So I am concerned that it seemed to be almost hidden in the middle of summer is how it seemed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, I think. We've lost time. My name's Annie Weaver. I'm from Palm Bay, Florida. Been in Brevard County for a long time. Just want to tell you how old I am. You know, I've been to most of the meetings. I went to that Palm Bay for the Palm Bay discussion, and I heard the lawyers from both sides come right out and say what we, you, us, them, are saying is not correct. We're trying to say it's not going to affect this, this, and this. Their lawyers, our lawyers, are both saying the same thing. Yes, it will. So we can stay here and deny that it's really going to happen, or we can try to work on other things. I wanted to ask one quick question, just a quick show of hands. Who in this room has been bullied? Everybody, right? You didn't raise your hand? You never been bullied? Come on. You're a big guy, but you know what? This is not disrespectful, but you're a black gentleman. Surely sometime in your life you were bullied because of the color of your skin. Correct? What I'm trying to say is that we've all been bullied, and I've heard people say what we need is better policies to fix the bullying, not changing the policies to protect certain interests. And I'm sorry that you got bullied. So did we. So did everybody else in here. They didn't change the policies. You're not changing the policy just to protect certain people. You try to change the policies to affect everybody. So no child is bullied. Okay? White, black, green, purple, gay, straight, Christian, non-Christian. You know one thing I have noticed from the very first meeting in Palm Bay to this meeting? At the very first meeting in Palm Bay, I agree with you guys. There was a lot of Christians that stood up, and there was a lot of hate going on. But guess what? You guys have crossed over. You guys have crossed over, because I've heard more hate out of you in this meeting than I heard from the Christians in the first meeting. Okay? That doesn't make
Point
me
of order.
right. It doesn't make you
Ma'am,
wrong.
Ma'am, please address the board.
But what I'm saying is we need to stop hating, period. Not, doesn't matter if I'm a Christian, whether we're gay, whether, whatever. Let's go on with our life and help everybody, not just one. And I heard somebody at the very beginning said, let's change 4 little words. Now, I've already said I'm a Christian, but if you go back to the very first book of the Bible, there was one word that changed the whole world. He said, do not eat of that tree. And the serpent said, well, you shall surely not die. One little word changed the whole world. So you're going to sit here and say 4 little words isn't going to change much. Just think of that. Next time you read your Bible, one little word changed the whole world, and you're asking us to change 4 words, and it's not going to change anything. If it's not going to change anything, then why are we doing it? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jane Matthews, and I'm a former teacher. I've taught children with learning disabilities for over 20 years, and I've had the privilege of doing that.
Please pull the microphone down so we can hear you a little better.
I've
Thank
taught
you.
children with learning disabilities. I volunteer in the schools right now, and I do have a heart for the children, all children. And but I want to say first for each one of you, first of all, I want to thank Karen and John for they have a heart for the children. They understand the true matter here. But I feel that you need to know that God has put you in this place for such a time as this. This is a very, very important decision that you're going to be making now. And you have to realize that the Liberty Council and other councils have confirmed that the Liberty Council is a nonprofit service, and the legal counsel of Brevard County has said that nothing needs to be changed to ensure the equal rights and protection of all the students, even you too. I mean, we're concerned. I mean, as a teacher.
Ma'am,
All the children. This is for all the children. And so, and statistics have proven that there are many different personalities and many different traits, but the transgender community only represents about 0.03%. We have to be concerned about not only them, but all the other children and their rights. And this is my real concern, because when you go back, and we talk about back in history, the Title IX, it was set up as a higher education amendment in 1972. Well, it was called Title IX, and it was, the purpose was the discrimination on the basis of sex. So now we have that, so that the boys should have their locker room, their shower, and the girls should have theirs, and I understand that. They needed that then. But as you go on, you will see that that the law now, and this is the Obama administration, in 2014 and 2016, he says this is a non-legal binding guideline because he knows that the rights of all the children are protected. Were issued by the Department of Education. But what concerns me is that the federal government is imposing and threatening you all with saying, well, if you don't agree with this, the LGBT agenda, there might be repercussions. You might not be getting the money that you deserve. You might not be given the money that the taxpayer has given you. But what's really, really concerned me, because is the safety of all the children. That's what I'm really concerned about. If this does come, there's going to be, as a teacher, I know there's going to be some changes in the regulations and what you teach your children. And the youngest child, the little kindergartner to the other, to the 12th graders, they will have to deal with this in a way that maybe are not able to.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, so what I wanted to is...
Thank you. Time's up.
I just would like you to
Ma'am,
think
thank
sometimes
you.
change is not a good change, and the short change is the majority
Next
of our
speaker,
students.
please. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, board members and to the public. I understand both sides of
Name,
this
please.
thinking.
Mark's name.
Marcus Hockman. I understand both sides of this thinking, but what it comes down to for me is this: a lack of confidence in this board and the district in actually implementing procedures because of their past history. BPS as a whole has improved slowly, but they need to improve on honesty, transparency, leadership across the board, communication, taking responsibility, and a willingness to stand up on their own 2 feet. I would also like to see district leadership. A solution that I was thinking of, possibility, which probably won't happen to be quite honest, is district leadership with community leadership, including student leaders, go to a successful district and seeing how their policy and procedures are conducted successfully. Are we as a community and as a school district willing to listen and learn in order to grow? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, and then after this, our final speaker will be Dan Bennett. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Scott Craig. I would just like to say that when you say, "I love everyone," don't follow it with a but. Stop talking there. When you say, "I'm not prejudiced against anyone," don't say, "however." Stop talking there. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, members of the board and Dr. Blackburn. No, good evening. No, good afternoon, and hopefully not good evening, members of the board and Dr. Blackburn. I wanted to speak last, Mr. Ziegler, because of your challenge you gave to the public several hundred speeches ago. You said, let's not have every speaker come up and repeat the comments that were made before. Don't speak unless you have something new to add. And I want to take that challenge as the last speaker. And I want to try to represent and talk about some people that I think have been underrepresented. And these are people who have no idea this conversation is even going on. These are our youngest children in our care. Kids at home that have no idea the politics or the biology or the history or the social or the religion aspects of this conversation that's going on. And yet these are young children that are just now or maybe soon will start to have a scary awareness that there might be something different about them. They don't know what it is. They can't explain it. They don't know if they're going to tell mommy and they're going to run them to the church or run them to the doctor or run them where they're going to run them. Will mommy, daddy still love me? But they notice that there's something different about them, and they have no idea the controversy that their life is about to endure. And they're going to reach out, and they're going to reach up. And who's going to be there to take their hand? You know, what I know is that this policy will not change the daily operations of our school district. But what I also know is that what you say right now is going to mean a lot to the attitude that we look at these kids and how well we treat them. Don't leave that hand hanging when it reaches up to you. These words will be in your policy someday. And I say that with certainty because history is a river. And everything in your policy one day sailed down that river of history. It sailed down a river of righteousness through a storm of controversy. Every protected class that's in there right now at one time had speakers stand up to say why they shouldn't be in there. And they made it in there because brave people following the natural course of history were ready to put them in there and take a stand to do what's right. You see, the weakest stream of understanding and education and acceptance will someday take down the greatest boulder of misinformation and ignorance. That's how history changes. And so as you make this decision today, I want you to think about those kids that are reaching up and out to you. You see, these words will be in your policy. It might be because a president and a Congress makes it the law of land and puts it in there. Maybe a forward-thinking governor and legislature will put these words in your policy. Maybe a judge, a court, an activist judge, will put it in there. Or maybe a school board will be ready to reach out and reach down to children that will someday be reaching up and say, in this county, we celebrate what makes us the same, and we accept and we equally celebrate what makes us different. In these schools, kid, you're going to be treated with respect, and it's okay with us, no matter who you are. Thank you.
Okay, there being no further speakers, the public hearing is now concluded. We have 3 action items, revision to policy in front of us, starting with G41. We will be voting on them individually, but unless board members want to discuss them individually, I believe that our comments will probably cover them all. So anybody like to make a motion on the first policy, G41, policy 3122?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Nisi, second by Mrs. Belford. Discussion. Who would like to start? Go ahead, Mrs. Nisi. Yes, ma'am.
I took notes. Okay. Well, I'd first like to thank Darcy Addo out there for pointing out something that has been sorely needed, is that there has been a very big misunderstanding about policy and procedure. And a lot of the misunderstandings that were stated today and concerns have to do with procedure. And the procedures, the things that you're asking for, come after we approve policy. So just to restate what she said very well, is that policy is a specific decision or set of decisions to guide government action. So what we're doing today is passing policy. And one of the descriptors I've given to several people I've talked to is just as an example would be the Constitution says that everybody when they turn 18 has the right to vote. Everybody understands that. But that doesn't mean that on August 30th that any 18-year-old can walk down to a voting booth and demand a ballot to vote. There are rules, there are procedures, there are lots of things you have to go through, a lot of hoops you have to follow to be able to have that ballot. That's not in the Constitution. There are procedures and forms you have to fill out. Same thing with this policy. This policy states that we won't discriminate against a long list of classes. Now, granted, I wish that it could say that Brevard Public Schools doesn't discriminate against anybody for any reason. But the government, in its infinite wisdom, and I wish I could say that with tons of sarcasm, decided that they wanted to make a list a long time ago. Since they started a list, we have to follow along those same guidelines. So just like the Constitution says an 18-year-old has the right to vote, but Lori Scott has a bunch of rules in place, we will have procedures in place that come after the policy that will list what hoops you have to jump through for some of these policies. So for example, what is also added to this policy that nobody's talked about is pregnancy is now in there. Now, my mother and father who are watching this, try not to fall out of off the couch when I say this, but pregnancy is now in here. So I can't just say tomorrow, I'm pregnant, and I'm now going to have a whole list of demands. I'm going to now demand, Mr. Ziegler, that I want to have 15-minute breaks at every board meeting. I want to have special snacks. I want to have a special recliner here. I want to have my feet up. I want to have a special massage therapist that comes in and rubs my shoulders, rubs my feet. And let's see, and I want to make sure that I have some special water brought in for the board meetings. I hear some laughs out there. Those would be considered unreasonable accommodations. Same thing for other areas in here. You know, we all laugh and think that's funny, and my parents are probably falling off the couch laughing because I announced I was pregnant. No, I'm not. But we all laugh hysterically because those are unreasonable accommodations. A lot of the things that you were saying might happen by adding the categories that you were suggesting would be the slippery slope would be what I would consider unreasonable accommodations. So there are reasonable accommodations and there are unreasonable accommodations. That's where we get into the procedures part of this policy. And so just to be perfectly clear to several of you, and I'm going to be crystal clear, this is me, Amy Nisi, board member, that I would not be supporting this policy. And if I thought my vote in any way would allow boys and girls in the same restroom at any time. So I do not support boys and girls using the same bathroom at any time, period. I do not support boys and girls using the same locker room at the same time, period. I do not support boys and girls sharing the same hotel room on field trips. I'm not supporting a policy that would do that. So obviously, by supporting this policy, I have researched and feel very comfortable that this is not providing that. I would consider that an unreasonable accommodation in the same way I would, if I were pregnant, asking Mr. Ziegler to provide me with my own special recliner, having a special massage therapist come up here and rub my feet and rub my back every 15 minutes during a board meeting. There's reasonable accommodations and there's unreasonable accommodations. Now, for the several people that came up here and said they wanted a personal guarantee that that would never happen. I would never vote to have that happen. I can't guarantee who walks in those bathrooms at any time. Bathrooms, as long as I've been in school, have always been a source of controversy. I can't think of a time when I was in school, when my parents were in school, where bad things were to happen, they were in the restroom. But if somebody were to walk in the bathroom today, tomorrow, or if we were to pass the policy or next week, if a man were to walk in and with ill intent, or a boy were to walk in the restroom, there would be legal action taken. No ifs and buts about that. That isn't going to change with this policy. Now, what I have no control over, if I voted yes for this policy or if I voted no for this policy, the courts can tell us to do what they want us to do at any time, with policy or no policy. The courts can tell us tomorrow what it is we have to do. The state legislature, when they go into session, they can tell us what we have to do. Federal government, we have no control over that. So what my position has always been, as 12 years as your school board member, is I'm an advocate of local control. As that advocate of local control, I want to set what we're going to do. And so I feel the best way to do it is to decide what we're willing to do as Brevard County School Board and set our own procedures in place. I would much rather have our own policy and our own procedure than have somebody down the road define that for us. I feel we're in a much better position to have our own definition and our own procedure than someone up in Tallahassee or the federal government defining that for us. So no, I can't make promises that a court or a judge or a legislator is going to tell us to do something different, but because they're still fighting it out, I want to protect our kids today. I don't want to sit back and wait for somebody to tell us what to do. These are children. You saw some of them today. These children need protections now, not a wait-and-see approach. And Orange County Public Schools has had this policy in place since 2012. If something bad were happening, don't you think the Liberty Counsel, whose office is over in Orange County Public Schools, would have been over here showing you the cases? I've talked to their school board members. They have not had craziness running amok in their schools. This policy has gone into effect and nothing has changed. Their curriculum has not changed. They've not had boys and girls running in and out of their restrooms, in and out of their locker rooms, in and out of their field trips. They've set what they can live with in their school district and have developed their procedures and have gone along their way. We're setting our policy so that we can develop our procedures and keep our children safe. But let me make myself very, very clear. I'm not in favor at any time of boys and girls sharing bathrooms, locker rooms, hotel rooms, whatsoever. And that's my stand.
Thank you, Ms. Nisi. I'm sure every board member wants to chime in. Who'd like to go next?
Was that clear enough?
That's very good. One of your best speeches. Mr. Craig, I can jump in? Yes, sir. Let me turn Ms. Nisi off and turn you on. There you go.
Just to address one comment there that my fellow board member made, there is no law that states you have to have a list. That doesn't exist. What does exist is the Florida general powers of a school board member that are in the Florida state statutes, which specifically read, and that's 1001.41, that we will, as a school board, our number one directive from the state when we take the oath of office and pledge to support and defend the Constitution of the state of Florida is to determine policies and programs consistent with state law and rule. So in all deferment, there is no law that says you have to have a list of everything out there. Well, you stated differently, so I'm making sure that that is very clear to everybody. Now, as many of you know, my comments have always pretty much stopped right at the legal definition, because as much as the emotion of the issue is clearly passionate among both sides, I think the most prudent thing to do is to start at the beginning and work your way down. And I don't get much further than the Constitution of the state of Florida and the specific rules that they have given me and the pledge that I took during my oath of office. Several members today, including I think the director of NOW, said follow the law. Exactly. Let's follow the law. I'll quote from the Florida School Board Association that right after the Dear Colleague letter was sent out in May, sent us all an email, everybody who was a member of FSBA, I should say, and specifically they said, although these documents appear to identify the Department of Justice's and U.S. DOE's stance on their enforcement relating to accommodations of transgender students and questions of gender identity, please note that state and federal laws relating to civil rights have not changed. They continue to say that this complex area of law continues to evolve. And when we went to the Florida School Board Association summer meeting conference in June, I attended the transgender workshop where a FSBA attorney gave us a brief on what was intended to be more or less verbiage, but it kind of, because of the Department of Education's recent Dear Colleague letter that had come out, we spent a lot of time talking about that. He specifically said, both in that session and when I asked him afterwards, that any school district should refrain from adding any language at this point because the legal foundation is so fragile right now that to do anything is trying to interpret law that you don't know what is going to happen with. And it is so fluid and changing on a consistent basis that we need to wait to see where the guidance from both the federal and the states occur, realizing that some states have sued the federal government has turned around and sued some states for a variety of different reasons, but there is definite legal question regarding this entire issue, which takes us back to what is our purpose as a school board member? To determine policies and programs consistent with state law and rule. And consistently, we have heard, and those who've done their homework know that we have the exact same language that the state and federal government have in their non-discrimination and anti-harassment policies. I'm sorry? I'm sorry, I'm speaking. I didn't interrupt you. We have had people claim that there are legal, including members of the school board in public, say that there is legal precedent for this added language. And that isn't true. That is just not true. I'll take two examples, GG versus Gloucester County up in New Jersey. Okay, this was a lawsuit that eventually was upheld by the 4th District as a Circuit Court of Appeals through the appeal process, and that was specific to a policy that the school board had instituted that specifically said, by policy, in a 6-to-1 vote, that a transgender student could not use the locker room of their choice. Not relevant to this discussion in any way, shape, or form, because that was a policy that was being addressed, a policy that had been made by that school board and that was being challenged through the correct legal means. It's been upheld in the 4th District Court of Appeals, has not moved to any other court of appeals. We are in the 11th District. Palatine, Illinois, to go outside of the specific legal, but to go to the U.S. Department of Education. Palatine, Illinois actually passed this exact language, put sexual orientation and gender identity into their non-discrimination policy, and were turned around and sued, or I'm sorry, not sued, were challenged through the OCR and through the U.S. Department of Education for not upholding their own policy, because now they had told through procedure, had told a transgender student that they could no longer use the locker room of their choice. And so the U.S. Department of Education threatened to withhold disability funding and some other federal funding, which forced the Palatine School Board, or so they thought, to rescind that policy, or that procedure, excuse me, and allow that student to use the locker room of their choice. And now, that same school district faces a lawsuit by the parents of that school district for their discrimination against themselves, because again, they have that language in there, and the Department of Education actually used that as part of their argument, saying because you have that language in there, you are going against your own non-discrimination by not allowing that student to use the restroom. And I bring those cases up because that, to me, is where we have to start. We have to look at the law, what our charge is as a school board member, and how we make sure that we are enforcing what we already have on the books that is compliant with our law. Early on, the proponents of changing this language were very specific and unequivocally supportive of the efforts of BPS, teachers, administrators, in dealing with the individual cases that had presented themselves throughout the schools. There are numerous public speakers that got up in February and in March that said our school district is doing a great job, an awesome job protecting our students. And there are plenty of principals and teachers that I believe feel that they are doing their very best. So is it our job then to reinterpret a law that continues to change, that is working its way through the courts, and as one speaker that spoke about several things throughout history that were challenged and laws changed to reflect the will of the people and the will of law, and which now we accept as the right thing to do. Each one of those was very specific in the fact that they worked their way through the legal channels, through the legislative branch of our government, which is where laws are created. We are a policy-making board that follows the state constitution. And it's my belief that we need to continue to be that way. The last thing I'll talk about is Neola. We've talked about Neola and their suggestions, their help in determining or writing policy. And one of the big things, and I asked about this in May, was their guarantee. They have a guarantee that if you are challenged on anything that Neola puts forth, that they will basically pay for your legal defense. So I asked but when you go on their website, it says that there has to be firm legal ground for that policy in order for them to do so. So when I asked the question, their answer was pretty telling. It said, by way of clarification, our obligation under our license agreement with whatever school board it is to provide materials that reflect compliance with federal and state law. They then go on to say, if a district makes changes, it is now district-specific material, and compliance rests with the district. Neola does not accept responsibility to assure the board that any district-specific material is legally compliant. Then they go on to even further say, whether or not a client includes this verbiage is a district-specific decision. So they, in their letter to us, have just washed their hands of the added language. And they, in their final paragraph, say the verbiage is certainly not necessary to provide protection for all students. Our federal attorney, Mr. Bowling, in response to the Dear Colleague letter, reversed course on his suggestions for policy change. In fact, he said, in conclusion, I do not believe that the OCR's, the Office of Civil Rights, interpretation of the statute 34 CFR 106.33, which is the thing that was being discussed, is entitled to deference because there is no ambiguity, excuse me, long day, in the regulation at the time it was written. It appears that the OCR is rewriting the regulation, substituting the word gender for sex without going through the required rulemaking process. So for those reasons, I'll look at you, Dan, and I will tell you, I am voting no. And I will continue to support you as one of the greatest teachers in this district. And I will use the verbiage that is legally at our disposal to protect you and everything you do in this district under the code of law, because you are a damn good teacher. And I will continue to protect that. And that's all I have to say.
Very good. Next, Mrs. Henn. Go ahead. Mrs. Nisi had a question.
I just had a question. You said, when I referred to list, I meant the list that state and federal gives us that, they list race, religion. They give us a list. You said there's no list. That's what I meant by a list.
No, you said that they tell us we have to use a list. We do not have to use a list in policy. The policy is determined using the Florida statutes, which says we have to develop a policy that is consistent with what the guidance is through the Constitution of the state of Florida. Now, we can list everything, and certainly if you would like to make that argument, then I would suggest to you that you don't vote on it, on adding any language, because that is not in the list.
Okay, I guess I just think you're playing semantics here, because the law is a list of race, religion, age, ancestry, all of those. So when I said there's a list, they don't allow us. I've already asked Mr. Beislein, why can't we just say we don't discriminate against anyone for any reason except as allowable by law? And because I did propose that, and he said we just can't do that.
All right, understood. Mrs. Henderson? Yes, ma'am.
It's just easier that way. Great explanation, Mr. Craig. I too attended the FSBA conference in June and went to that particular class. And when at the end, I stayed there and talked to the attorney for 20 minutes who said exactly the same thing. We were not in the same session, and none of us were, I don't think. but I was in a session by myself, and he said exactly the same thing, because I stopped him and said, what is you said you don't think that we should change it at this point. He said, absolutely not, it's too fluid. If you haven't made these changes by now, you just need to leave it and let it run its course through the courts. In addition, our current policy, as has been stated by Mr. Bowling, Mr. Reislein, the attorney up at, or over in Tampa, all said that our current policy works for everybody and that we are covering everybody. And that changing our current policy is really not necessary. And it's, there were some comments today that we were just changing 4 little words, but if you look at the changes in our policy, we changed 100% of the policy. It's nowhere even near the same. It wasn't 4 words. It's something completely different. Hang on. I got a few notes here, sorry. Yeah, pregnancy, no, it wasn't that. I'm not going to talk about being pregnant, I'm not. This whole thing started, as you said, in 2014 as an employee issue, and it has just continued to move. And with all the information that I have read, the research I've done, the attorneys that I've talked to, I agree with Mr. Craig. This is not in our best interest to change this at this time. I think that following state law is what we should be doing. I do have a few, in addition to that, our principals, it's funny, you want local control, so do the principals. They want local control. And they say that they have been handling it. People out in the audience in every place in our community and at our schools have told us time and time again that our schools, our teachers, our principals are handling it. If there are issues out there, then, Ms. Nisi had mentioned earlier that some teacher said something to a child, then that needed to be taken to the principal and something needed to be done about it. I mean, we should not be tolerating any kind of discrimination, harassment, period, end of subject. If that happened, then that principal shouldn't have allowed it. The teacher should have been reprimanded. Whatever, we have policies and procedures in place to do that. And, we can't tolerate this for everyone. And as it was noted earlier, we've all been bullied. It's not fun, it's hurtful, and it does need to stop. But I think that, which was also mentioned earlier, more teaching tolerance and respect. I feel like we missed an opportunity here because as I sat here and listened to both sides, what I really heard is that we all care about our kids, and nobody in here wants anybody to be bullied or harassed. So, in essence, we're all saying the same thing, but coming from different perspectives. I think an opportunity was missed. Now, one of the things that Dr. Blackburn wanted to do early when he came in was to get all those special interest groups together so we could see where we had common ground. I think there's more common ground down here than you think. And we could have used this as a moment to actually teach our kids how to do conflict resolution, how to understand the other side, having tolerance for each other and respect. I think that we could have used this as a real teachable moment for our kids. And that's really unfortunate that we haven't done that. In addition, that if in fact the 3 of you decide to change this today, I still have concerns about not only the bathrooms, but but what I really have is curriculum in our schools. And I say that because in Broward County, they went through this whole process, and And I guess what I need to know from Dr. Blackburn is, you know, our community, in my opinion, has made it clear overwhelmingly. How many signatures do we have over there? About 1,000 of them, on top of who talked here. You know, and I too, like Ms. Deskovich, have been walking neighborhoods, talking to people. Our community as a whole doesn't want us to do this at this time. And so I want to know what it is that happened in Broward that you changed the language and then you changed the curriculum and you allow the bathrooms and locker rooms open up to whoever. What was it that occurred that we could, as a community, stop that from happening here? I mean, so are we moving in that direction?
So,
I mean,
Ms.
how did that happen? Was it a part of the policy to begin with? Or did you guys change the policy and then something else happened?
So, Mrs. Henderson, respectfully, I did not come here today as a spokesperson or having done much research on what happened in Broward. I'm in Brevard now, and I'm happy and blessed to be here.
Yeah, I thought maybe you could could give us some insight as to, did it happen at the time that the policy, or did you guys come back later? Or maybe you weren't even a part of that discussion.
Yeah, I'd love to do more research on that
All right.
if you'd like me to, but I don't have those answers today.
Can you ask, can you speak to the procedures when you see, if this passes?
Let the board members finish first.
Okay.
Mrs. Henderson, continue.
We have heard from our principals that they really do not want us to change this policy. And I respect our principals. I think that they're doing a good job. I think that if we allow them to do what they need to do, this isn't necessary. And I respectfully request that you guys reconsider voting for this in favor of our principals.
None?
I said in favor of our principals and our schools.
Mrs. Belford. Did you want to? Okay, go ahead.
Well, I think there's a misunderstanding. I think principals have been misled on what the policy is and what policy isn't. And have been led to believe that it will lead to other things. And I believe, well, and I think once they see the procedures that come out and see that they will be continuing to do exactly what they've been doing, which is if students need accommodations, then they will be working with students just as they have been. I think it's a lot of the fear of the unknown that has been coming out here today, misunderstanding. I mean, Mrs. Henderson, I heard out of a function we both attended, you insinuating that this would lead to curriculum changes, that this would lead to other changes. Let me finish. Let me finish. And the concern that curriculum would change and that bathrooms would change, and then the same concerns that were addressed here. And I think once procedures are in place and people see in black and white that these things aren't going to change, but I've heard these very same things expressed by you to our principals, that yes, I do think there's fear from them that these things are going to change. And I think once they hear from the board that this isn't changing, that they get to continue in their buildings exactly the same way, all we're doing is ensuring that the harassment of students, I want to ensure the situation that I shared with you, I want to make sure the audience knows exactly what I am referring to. I want to make sure that when a student's in class, that a teacher doesn't make a statement such as Adam made that God made Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve, and that a student doesn't feel like they can report that the class laughs, and a couple of students in class slump down, and that teacher, that nothing's said to that teacher. That type of discrimination that goes on in our classroom needs to be reported, and that teacher needs to be brought to the attention of the principal, and without specifying in our policies that that's not to continue. And I think unless we specify and continue to educate our staff, educate our students, people need to leave their prejudices, their religious beliefs at the door when they walk into a public school, period.
Go ahead, Mrs. Henderson.
If at this point, after how many months spending time on these policies, you don't believe that our principals know what's going on with the policies, then the fact that we're making a change to it at this point is inexcusable. If, in fact, our principals don't know, and add to the fact that you did this, our final here is right in the middle of the summer during the middle of the day, which is not our normal, perhaps this is not the time to be doing that. If you really think that our principals don't understand this and don't have a concern, and as for my comments about the curriculum, it was the document that I sent you that came from one of the groups that is their language and what they want to do. And they also, so I talked to the people from the group. I said, not really interested in changing the curriculum. No. You're going to give me the opening, and we need to teach your teachers to teach the children. That's what we need to do. We will provide you books, and we will provide you curriculum. So I know you didn't meet with the group, but I did, and that's what I heard. Now, that's why I said it. And if you read the documentation, it clearly states in there that's exactly what they want to do. And I'm done.
Mrs. Belford, you're up.
Yes, thank you. Before I speak, I actually have a question for clarification with Mr. Beislein, because when we initially had discussion many moons ago, I couldn't even tell you what meeting it was, but we initially had discussion, and you had provided us some examples of policies from other districts. It was like the first meeting that we had discussion on this. And at that point, Ms. Nisi brought up, can we not just have a policy that says we don't discriminate against anyone for any reason? And your response was, no, there are certain things that we have to identify, or we highly recommend that you identify. Can you clarify what your response was on that?
Florida law requires every Florida public school district to have a non-discrimination statement in compliance with Florida law, which lists, as we're all talking about here, certain things, race, it's a list. And they have to be included in your non-discrimination statement. The DOE, we have to send those to the DOE, and the DOE approves them or doesn't approve them. Our policies have been approved by the DOE every year. Our policies are completely compliant with state and federal law, and they list what is required to be in them. And these 4 words we're talking about are not required to be in them.
So if I could request additional clarification on that. These 4 words are not required to be in them, but are we required to list the other terms that were previously in our policy? Must we list race,
Yes.
religion? We must list those items?
Yes.
Okay. So the state does tell us that we cannot have a policy that says we won't discriminate against anyone for any reason. We must list those items that are congruent with state statute, But there's nothing saying that we must restrict our list to those items included in state statute. Is that correct?
Also correct. And another thing that we talked about, Misty, was we were talking about whether or not we had to have 3 separate policies.
Yes.
And I still think we don't. You know, we've got one for instructional, we've got one for students, we've got one. I still think one would do, but we've got 3. But regardless, our present policies are compliant with state and federal law. And Mr. Craig made some very good points about what's going on in these court cases around the country. And that's the OCR in the Department of Justice has now had a new interpretation of what the word sex means. And they have expanded it to include things that people in 1975 certainly weren't intending. And Mr. Craig made a good point also that the argument is whether or not they have the authority to do that because they're an agency. They're not a legislature, not a Congress. So that's the fight that's going on right now. And that's related to Title IX and Title VII, which are 2 federal statutes which are administered by these agencies. So I hope I'm clear on that.
Thank you. So, as you all have heard multiple times, one of the areas in which I teach is communication, and as such, I find perception to be such a very interesting thing. Because regardless of how clearly we try to perceive, our perception of something very real and very tangible is oftentimes very different than someone else's perception of something very real and very tangible. Similar to what was the picture of the dress that went around earlier this year on social media, and was it black or silver or blue or gold or what? I don't know what the answer was on it. But obviously there were lots of different interpretations, and I think those interpretations were genuine interpretations, regardless of how you saw that dress or how we see various situations. And as such, I have a little bit different perception of some of the things that my fellow board members mentioned today. And it is not that I think that they are being untruthful or that they are being biased in their perception. It's just that I interpreted things quite differently in some instances. For example, I too attended the FSBA session on the transgender policy, and my notes from the session, the attorney that was teaching the session spoke about case law, and specifically with regard to employment, one of the things that he said was that everything has been crystal clear when it comes to employment law, that you can no longer discriminate based on transgender status. That if you fire someone based on their transgender status, you will open yourself to a discrimination law case. And he said, when it comes to employment, there is no question, none whatsoever, that is not acceptable. He went on to say that when it comes to students, when it comes to education, there has not been sufficient case law. And so we don't have any crystal clear direction on that. But what we certainly have heard is, so far, court cases have leaned on the interpretation of the agency's policy, and that may change. But when it comes to that employment aspect, there is no question. And so I think we have to be careful, too, to look at the difference between language in policy and administrative procedures, because much of what we are looking at where there has been issue has been in the administrative procedure, has been in the implementation of that policy. That's where organizations get into trouble. And so, for example, the Gloucester case that Mr. Craig referenced looked at the use of the restroom. I'm sorry, use of the locker room. And that was the administrative procedure behind a policy. But those cases have primarily relied not on local policy, they have relied on policy at the state and national level, not necessarily law determined by court, not law that has been determined by the legislature, but what they have looked at is kind of pseudo-law that has been established via federal agency policy. And so when you all question, can we guarantee that no one is going to use a restroom that they shouldn't be using? First of all, no, we can't, because we're not policing restrooms every minute of every day. So even today, without policy change, I cannot make you that promise. Second of all, I can tell you that our communication here at the local level has been, regardless of policy change, we don't intend to make changes when it comes to those procedures. We intend to continue to deal with them on a case-by-case basis. But you know what? If tomorrow we get a clear ruling in our district from a court that says absolutely the OCR was right and you have to do this or lose federal funding, then we're going to have to look at what our options are to work within that law and still keep our students safe. Because that really is where our direction comes from. And so can I make a commitment to you that day in and day out, regardless of what that direction is, that I'm going to work my behind off to make sure that your children are safe and my children are safe, because I do have children in the system? Absolutely. But I can't promise you that the federal government isn't going to come down and say that we have to do something different than we're currently doing it. But it's not going to be based on our local policy. It's going to be based on the federal government determining the policy. So my commitment is to absolutely ensure safety. But I can't promise you that they won't tell us that we have to do something differently. The one thing that I would like to point out, as has been referenced a couple times today, is I absolutely have no doubt that number one, we are all here because we care about kids. And number two, that somehow we have to send the expectation that students and teachers and administrators and the public treat each other with respect when it comes to our schools. And I feel that that is very, very important. As a board, the way that I as a board member send that message for it to be carried through the schools is through establishing policy. And so, I think it's important to take a look at what policy sends that message through the schools. Mr. Craig referenced that Mr. Bowling had reversed his opinion on the OCR. And believe me when I tell you, I have spent hours looking at the legal opinion that we have received on this, at the cases that are taking place all around the country on this issue. And going back to my comment about interpretation or perception, I didn't perceive that Mr. Bowling reversed his stance on that. Not saying Mr. Craig was wrong by any means. My interpretation was Mr. Bowling was saying that we don't need to make a change to our bathroom policy based on what has happened thus far. And we've repeatedly said that this is not about the bathroom policy, it's not about the locker room policy, it's about establishing that expectation for everyone within our system. So that interpretation I think is significant. And while I certainly would not want to make a decision that is going to result in some slippery slope, as has been referenced, I think it's important to note that there are already 14 school districts within the state of Florida that have adopted inclusive non-discrimination policies going back as far as a decade, and there have been no issues that have been referenced. I think it's also important to note that over 80% of Fortune 500 companies have adopted inclusive non-discrimination policies, including sexual orientation and gender identity, and they have continued as they continued prior to, as we heard referenced today by one of the speakers. So the last thing that I want to do is to make a decision that's going to put any of our children in jeopardy. But I do think that, especially given the insanity that's going on with regard to the legalities of bathroom use and locker room use and overnight field trips and all of those things, that I as a board member have to do something to send a message to my team, which is, the entire organization of Brevard Public Schools, that this is something that we have got to be thoughtful about, that this is something that we have got to be considerate about, that we have to take into consideration what is happening in the legal realm, and that I expect that everyone is going to be treated with respect. And so for that reason, I am going to support the policy changes at this time.
Very eloquent, as always. Good job. Mrs. Nisi, my apologies. You had wanted to continue. Okay. Okay, it's my turn. First, I would like to answer a few questions. The first one was about not having many 30-year-olds or people under 30 in the room. And that brings up an interesting point, not specifically relevant to this topic. But why is that? This is not new. This has been very out there. It's been in the media. It's been, this came up when we did the half-cent sales tax. I had some very astute people who said we didn't need it, and I explained why we need it, and they go, well, how come we didn't know that? How come you didn't get that information to me? And I said, well, we got it out. We had meetings. And so I said to him, I said, what form of media is best for me to reach you? And I guess that would be the same for that age group. And I don't need that answer right now, but my communication director needs that information because we need to find those channels to communicate better with our community so that we have more participation, because nothing here has been hidden. And as a matter of fact, time of the meeting, this is our normal summer schedule. And by the way, across the street, they have their meetings at 9 in the morning. Their topics are just as important to the community, and that's just their regular time. So it just happens to be the way that it fell. It's going to be hard to find some things to say with all the great things that my board members have said. They all made extremely good points. Mr. Craig is absolutely correct that the law does not require that we change any language. So I'm not going to argue that point with him, because he's correct. However, I do believe that as leaders, it's either lead, follow, or get out of the way. And sometimes you just need to lead and make some decisions and be the first. We've done that a lot in Brevard, and I'm very proud of that. And this board has been very proactive in doing what's best for our students. However, it's also been said that the current policy covers everyone. And Mrs. Henderson, you said that. I don't see it. I understand it, but I don't see the clarity on it. I don't believe that anybody, I'm not going to put anybody on the spot unless you want to jump out and tell me, but I don't see in this policies, previous or current, without the specific language where it covers everyone. I understand through reference or implication of Title IX and other things that it does. However, I've made a comment many times throughout the years reference to policy. If policy is so complicated that those governed by the policy can't follow the policy, is that the fault of the person who violates the policy, or is that the fault of this board for making the policy too complicated? I believe it's the fault of the board for making it too complicated. On the other hand, based on what Mrs. Belfer was saying, is vagueness of policy is not good either. There needs to be clarity to the layman to look at a policy and be able to glean who's covered and who's not covered. And so from that perspective, I think it's important that we specify who's listed. And I agree with Mrs. Belford that we can't make these guarantees about the bathroom. And hey, by the way, if we don't pass this policy, coming to a school district near you real soon, courtesy of the federal government, is going to be this issue, irregardless of what we do here. And I, like Mrs. Nisi, do not support one person's rights violating another person's rights. In other words, the sharing of the bathroom. So we'll have to figure out how to take care of that when it comes down the pike, because I will be on that side of the fence when it comes to protecting all students and all students' rights. So clarity of policy is very important. One person today clarified what I think is the overall concern of the community who has most of the issue, I understand it's not all of it, with this policy in reference to, and we refer to it as a slippery slope, and that is about those that will game the system. In other words, those that will choose to go into the other bathroom today or change their thoughts today, which is not acceptable. However, in my opinion, that's narrowly focused. Let's get the elephant out of the room when it comes to that. First of all, I don't see that having just sex in the description includes, without specificity, includes sexual orientation. Lesbian identifies as a female, has a female preference, sexual orientation. They're going to use the ladies' restroom. I don't see any slippery slope there. I don't see a bathroom issue there. Same with gay. No confusion. Bisexual, self-identify with their sex. No confusion. Transgender, they identify. They don't play those games. This is all about that narrow focus of the malintent, specifically of males choosing to go into a female bathroom and then relating it to this discrimination policy. I don't think I've heard a single person really talk about malintent of a female wanting to go into the men's room. And I don't think I've heard any men, whether it be teenagers or adult men, ever complaining about that either, to just be honest. I mean, it happens out there when there's a line at a girls' or ladies' restroom, they tend to go into the men's room and use the vestibule because it's sheltered. And that's just normal in society today. So it's a very narrowly focused malintent of males that is polarizing a lot of this conversation. We need to figure out how to deal with that when it comes to that issue. And we're going to have to figure out how to deal with that when it comes to that issue. And I'm pretty sure we'll come up with something to protect our children. So with respect to the specificity of these words, I think it's important to have that clarity. I'm willing to bet that if we didn't have those words in the policy, nobody would have an issue with the change to the overall policy, which, as Ms. Henderson stated, there's a lot of changes to that policy. But I don't believe that anybody has issue to everything else in the policy, just those words. And again, I think it's important that, and oh, by the way, thank you to everybody for making it clear that we respect everybody and that we should not discriminate against anybody. That has been consistent across all conversations with everybody, and that should not go unknown. And I'd asked the question in previous meetings, if that's the case, then why not specify? And by the way, if the policy already covers everybody, and you're concerned about us specifying, then really that doesn't change anything with respect to legality, because you're saying it's covered anyhow. So the challenges can be brought forth with or without the words. So for the sake of those that feel they need to be supported, and for clarity of our policy, I think we ought to include the words in the policy. I go on about a lot of different things about this, but I think it's clear where people stand. I'm not going to sit here and try to convince my fellow board members who have very sound positions, because I do know that every board member up here does care about students. They do care about making sure nobody's discriminated against. They do take bullying very seriously, and we will all work together, and I'm sure as a community, to solve that problem. Because yes, bullying also is alive and well, and trust me, we feel it up here on a regular basis. So we never lose sight of that. I guarantee you we never lose sight of that. So from the perspective of this policy, I do support the changes to the policy. I would like to give any board members any additional chance, if there's anything else additional they'd like to say, and then I'd like Dr. Blackburn to chime in. And Mr. Craig.
Because Ms. Belford is awesome in listening, she hit on a very good point that I did not finish my train of thought and connect the dot with what Mr. Bowling said. And what his statement, what I interpreted his statement. So when he made his initial recommendation that we add this language, he said it was a gut feeling and that he had no legal precedent nor any legal reasoning behind it, but that he thought that this was probably the way to go. When actual guidance came from the Department of Education, he completely reversed his course and said, I don't think you should do anything, even though he now had an actual written statement in front of him. So that's where I saw the dichotomy or the opposition. And again, you know, I'm very disappointed he's not here. I asked that he would be here to respond to questions specifically like that. I think that is, not a good use of our legal resources, and specifically since I asked him to be here, very disappointed in that. But that was exactly where I was going with that. So if that makes sense, does that make sense a little bit?
And you're accurate on that too. You're dead on. Mrs. Nisi.
I just wanted to add, in terms of, I went down the whole list about the restrooms, the locker rooms. That was in regards to students. When it comes to adults, I have no doubt that men and women, we've been sharing restrooms with transgender adults for years and have never known it. I Didn't have a problem then, don't have a problem now. I'm always on guard when I'm out in public anyway, in dressing rooms and restrooms, because there's a lot of bad people out there. And it's not the transgender people that you have to be on the lookout for.
Dr. Blackburn, you're on.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. First, I want to start by saying that the item is up for deliberation by the board for similar reasons as all other items are up for deliberation by the board. And most of these, if not all of these, are superintendent recommendations. So I just want to make sure that there is no misinterpretation or assumption of a sidestep or misstep on my part. I believe in this policy change 100%. And I want to talk about principals and school staff. So I met with as many principals as calendars would allow, maybe about a month ago. And believe it or not, we discussed this topic. So I listened to the concerns, and some of them were shared here today from a managerial school operation perspective, concerned about the what-ifs, concerned about and I don't know why, but we tend to pick on adolescent boys. Well, I do know why. I used to be an adolescent boy. So I understand why we're discussing adolescent boys. I'm raising 2 in my home, and again, I used to be one, so I understand the concern there. We have procedures, we manage that issue, and that will be taken care of. One of the concerns from the principal was the autonomy, the right to handle, okay? And it's been reiterated in this community time and time again that if and when transgender youth present themselves to our principals, our teachers, our counselors, or any other school staff at the direction of our principals have done a remarkable job in balancing the needs of all students and taking care of that transgender youth if and when presented with that. So I reiterated to the principals and hope that they reiterate to their staffs, and I'm saying it here again publicly, consistent with what many of the board members have already said. While this policy is not about bathrooms, locker rooms, and overnight field trips, those have been issues that our principals, counselors, and teachers have dealt with masterfully, and they'll continue to receive the empowerment to continue to deal with those masterfully. Also let them know, and I'll share with them again here publicly, that if they come across a situation and they need assistance making the best decision possible for that student and for all students, they're absolutely to reach out to Leading and Learning, to support services, to myself, if they need assistance in making a case-by-case decision. Slippery slope that we've discussed very often. It's 2016, and the world has many, many challenges. I happen to be the resident and citizen of the absolute best country on the face of the earth. Hundreds of years ago, the world had challenges, and I believe hundreds of years ago, we were the best country on the face of the earth then, and we're the best country now. We've been a growing country. Yes, it started very, very simple with all men are created equal. But we've had to grow over the years and add on groups by way of not fully appreciating that very simple sentence of all men being created equal. As I look at anti-discrimination laws, policies at every level of governance, I'm challenged to think that we have become a weaker country by making ourselves more inclusive and appreciative around race, color, national origin, disability, ancestry, religion, et cetera, et cetera. So I think we just keep becoming a stronger and stronger and stronger country. I will say, though, to one of the points, and Mrs. Nisi, you mentioned it, pregnancy. We have not discussed, I'm not pregnant either. We have not discussed any data points whatsoever when it comes to women being discriminated against in the workplace because of pregnancy status. I can stand here or sit here today and tell you, as a person who's been in hiring positions of leadership over the last 16 years now, I can tell you that pregnancy status has been discussed in the hiring process. I can assure you that pregnant women have been discriminated against, especially in the ranks of leadership when the hiring process takes place. So we certainly need to continue to add protections. The curriculum, changing curriculum to teach children. Our children can teach us so much more than just how to use an app on our iPhone. Okay, so I'm not really concerned about what our kids know. Our kids can lead the way on this topic and many more to come. I will tell you, and someone mentioned a large local company, which is really an international company. Just tell you a quick, funny, or ironic story that I received an email from an individual that suggested changing this policy would have dozens of ill effect to the district. And at the end of that email was the person's signature from their place of employment. I took the liberty to go online, Google that company, and find that that company actually has the exact same anti-discrimination policy that we are putting forward here today. So I found some irony in that. Last but not least, what I think is really impactful, and I wasn't going to touch on this, but someone mentioned it. I am African American. And, well, I wasn't going to say it. Someone else said it. So the door was opened. The door was open. So I'm talking about it. My wife and I just entered our 20th year. Next summer, if all goes well, we'll celebrate 20 years of marriage. We both graduated the University of Florida in 1996. We were engaged, and we started looking for a home. And at the time, in that county 200 miles south, there was a community recently started, considered affluent, and considered very non-minority. I can tell you, I never even thought of going out, driving out, soliciting the help of a realtor to purchase a home in that community because of my own preconceived ideas. Nothing that anyone ever did to me, my own preconceived ideas that because of affluence and ethnicity that I was not welcome in that community. So I never thought about it until one day there was an advertisement in a newspaper where there was an African American family sitting by the pool, pictured advertising that city. And it wasn't until I saw that I felt empowered to drive out there, purchase a home. So the notion that there are people in the world who, for whatever reason, feel as though they are on the outside looking in on others enjoying the American dream, that notion resonates with me. And if I have the opportunity to let those individuals know that the American dream is here for all, especially you, I'm going to try to take advantage of that opportunity.
Any other board members? That being the case, on item G41, we have a motion by Mrs. Nisi, seconded by Mrs. Belford. We've had discussion. There's no, I don't know, can we vote? Let's vote. Let's try and vote online. Nope, not coming up. So we're going to do a voice vote. Voice vote on G41, Policy 3122. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes 3-2. Next item is G42, revision to Board Policy 3362. What are the wishes of the board?
To approve?
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Nisi, second by Mrs. Belford. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, voice vote. All in favor, say aye. 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 Opposed?
Nay.
Passes 3-2. Next item is G43, revisions to Board Policy 2260.01. What are the wishes of the board?
Move to approve?
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Nisi, second by Mrs. Belford. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, voice vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Passes 3-2. That leads us to the first few. Okay, we now move on to the information agenda, which includes items for board review and will be brought back for action at a subsequent meeting. No action will be taken on these items tonight. Dr. Blackburn?
There are 11 items under the information category.
Do any board member wish to discuss anything under information? No. Okay. There are no staff reports. We are now at board member reports and discussion points. In addition to discussion points, I request board members please include any information request to be placed on board assigned tasks during this time as well. Any board member have a report at this time? No. Dr. Blackburn, do you have anything?
No, sir.
That being the case, this meeting is adjourned.